All right, is council ready for the jury? Okay, thank you, Deputy.
Good morning, you all. Thank you for tuning in. Day 12, December 17th of the Kim Potter trial. Kim Potter is expected to testify today. Thanks for tuning in.
Okay, please be seated. Good morning, members of the jury. Okay, is the defense prepared to call its next witness?
We call Dr. Lawrence Miller.
Okay, please come forward, Dr. Miller. And would you please stand behind the witness chair? Now raise your right hand, please. Do you swear under penalty of perjury that you will truthfully answer questions pertaining to this case?
I do.
Please have a seat.
Good morning, Judge.
And you can remove your mask. And would you please state your full name and spell it?
Lawrence Miller, Laurence, Miller, Miller.
Okay. Dr. Miller, a couple things to keep in mind when you're testifying. The court reporter is taking down everything that's being said. So only one person can talk at a time. Please wait till the question is finished before you answer. And the lawyers have been instructed that they should not ask another question until you finish your answer. You have to answer with a yes or a no instead of shaking your head or saying uh-huh or If an objection is made, please stop talking immediately and do not answer the question unless I tell you to. And then finally, if you need clarification of a question, please don't hesitate to let the lawyer know. Okay?
I understand.
Okay. Mr. Ng?
Dr. Miller, how old a man are you?
Excuse me?
How old are you?
70 years old.
No, how old are you?
How am I? A little cold, but fine.
No, how old are you?
70.
Okay. And where did you fly in from to be here?
I flew in from Fort Lauderdale, Florida.
You have an accent. Where did you grow up initially?
I grew up in New York, in the New York area, for the first 38 years of my life, and was educated in New York.
Okay. Let's start with your education. Do you have a college degree?
Yes, I do.
Tell us about that.
Well, I have a bachelor's degree from Queens College of the City University of New York.
What was the major?
psychology.
Did you go on to an advanced degree beyond a BA?
Beyond the BA, I obtained a master's degree from that same college in neuroscience and experimental neurophysiology.
What year was that, if you recall?
That was 1978.
Did you go further beyond your master's degree to get a PhD?
Yes, I obtained my PhD from City College of the City University of New York in 1988.
What was your emphasis for your PhD?
Clinical neuropsychology.
What was the title of your thesis?
I did my dissertation on neuropsychological functioning, brain functioning in psychopaths.
Are you a psychologist?
Yes.
What does a psychologist do?
Psychologist is a doctoral level professional who specializes in the evaluation and treatment of mental disorders, and in some cases mental disorders caused by problems in brain functioning and neuropsychological impairment.
And how long have you been in the practice of being a psychologist?
Well, I've been licensed as a psychologist in independent practice since 1990, as a trainee, probably 6 to 8 years prior to that.
Do you have specialties in your practice as a psychologist?
That's correct.
Do you have specialties?
Yes.
Tell us what they are.
Well, one specialty is clinical psychology, which is what most people think of psychologists doing, which is evaluating and treating patients for various problems, family matters, adults, children.
Are you also a forensic psychologist?
That's correct. The forensic psychology aspect deals with matters of psychology as applied to law, civil cases involving personal injury, workers' compensation cases, criminal law in terms of evaluation for competency to stand trial, insanity defenses, prediction of dangerousness, and so on.
Do you also practice neuropsychology?
Neuropsychology is the direct application of brain science to behavioral disorders, and it ranges everything from dealing with children with learning disorders all the way up through older folks with various types of dementia.
Do you also practice in the area of police psychology?
Well, police psychology is kind of a hybrid specialty between organizational psychology, clinical psychology, and forensic psychology, and there you apply behavioral science to various aspects of law enforcement. It's kind of broad. It can deal with anything from hostage negotiation, de-escalation training, stress management, but also dealing with officer-involved shootings and the psychological factors that can both influence a shooting incident and the effects of that shooting on everyone concerned.
How long have you practiced police psychology?
Approximately 20 to 25 years.
In the course of your career, have you published?
Yes.
How many books have you written?
I think it's about 12 at this point.
Showing you the practical police psychology. Is this one of your books, Professor?
Yes, it is.
Doctor? What's this book about?
That basically instructs officers on managing their stress related to the profession of policing, but also in crisis management, dealing with various types of crisis situations, and specifically ways of de-escalating in order to avoid use of force. Also dealing with such topics as police officer suicide, critical incident stress, hostage negotiation, and other special unit policing.
This was recently published.
Excuse me?
This was recently published.
That book goes back to 2006.
Okay. How about this one, Psychology of Police Deadly Force Encounters? Did you write this one too?
Yes.
This is the newer book.
That was, I believe, published in 2020, and that deals more, in a more focused way, with the psychology of police shootings themselves.
How many books, in addition to this, have you written? I may have asked, but I want to ask again.
I think 10 other books on various topics.
Have you also published articles in professional and peer-reviewed journals?
Yes.
What's a peer-reviewed journal, by the way?
A peer-reviewed article is an article that has been evaluated by one's professional peers. In other words, it's evaluated for its adherence to scientific principles, its coverage of the literature, and its credibility as it relates to other aspects of the field.
Okay. Have you also published articles in non-peer review magazines and journals?
Well, I like to write for both a professional audience, but I think psychology needs to be known outside the field, so I do try to write for a popular audience. I've written online articles, magazine articles, and so on.
Have you taught as well?
Yes.
Where are you teaching now?
Well, currently I'm teaching at Florida Atlantic University.
What courses are you teaching there?
I teach a course in clinical psychology, a course in neuropsychology, a course in psychology and law, and a course in police psychology.
Are you a full-time professor there or an adjunct?
I'm an adjunct.
Okay. And in your working life, what else do you do besides teach then? Practice? You engage in your practice as a psychologist?
I have my clinical practice. I have my forensic work where I work with the various civil and criminal courts in various types of cases, brain injury cases, criminal cases, personal injury cases. I also on occasion conduct seminars for various groups, and these can be criminal justice people or mental health people on various topics relating to psychology and the law. And then I have my special cases that I do, which is what brings me here today.
Okay. We could go for another hour on all the articles you've written, but they are included in your CV, which is Defense Exhibit 1000. Is that right?
Yes.
Offer 1000.
Objection to Exhibit 1000.
Yes, Your Honor, hearsay.
The objection is overruled, and the exhibit will be received into evidence.
Now you were approached by the defense to assist us in certain concepts called action error and slip and capture error. Did we retain you to assist us?
Yes.
How much did you charge us?
My flat fee for my total involvement in this case was $30,000.
Okay, and that includes interviews with the defense, the review of the interviews with others, the review of the file, writing a report, coming here today.
It includes everything that I've done for this case, from the beginning consultation with the attorneys through reviewing records, clinical interviews of relevant personnel, producing a written report, consultations with the attorneys, preparing for testimony, and of course getting on the plane and coming here today.
And is it your practice to charge flat fees? Is that what you've established in terms of your fee schedule?
Different experts do it in different ways. Some like to charge by the hour and submit a very detailed invoice for time spent and materials used. I've been doing forensic psychology in one form or another for about a quarter of a century, and I found it simply more efficient to sort of prorate what a typical case will involve, the number of hours it typically takes, and then just base a flat fee on that instead of submitting a 20-page itemized invoice.
Okay. All right. Well, I want to ask you about some topics, and then we'll get to action errors and slip and capture in a moment. But let's start with how skills and knowledge is learned, how memories are formed. Can you help us with that? What are the stages of learning and memory?
We like to believe that we're always in control of our actions, but most of what we do on a daily basis really occurs on an automatic level. And in fact, we couldn't function if that weren't the case. Think about everything you simply did today just to prepare to come here, all the little actions you took in preparations in the morning. If you had to think and deliberate about each thing you did, you'd trip over your own mental feet. So much of what we do, both in personal life and in terms of the skills we perform, whatever those skills are in a profession we may have, is something that achieves a certain automaticity. We sort of go on automatic. Think about driving a car. The first time you learned to drive a car, it seemed like an impossible task. Now you can do it literally unconscious basis and think about other things, talk to people in the car, and so on. And so in order for that to happen, that information has to get into your brain.
Is there a term in your field called input?
Well, one of the stages of memory is input. In other words, you have to be able to pay attention to something sufficiently for it to get into the brain in the first place. If you're not attending to it, if you don't see it or hear it or perceive it, then you're not going to be able to recall it later, not because you can't recall it, but because it didn't get there in the first place.
Is there another term in your field called consolidation?
The interesting thing about the way the brain processes memory is it's an ongoing process. What we're speaking about now is still in the process of being formatted. And if something were to happen to interrupt that process, you may not recall what I said a few seconds ago. But as time proceeds, structures in the brain format that memory, and they begin to place it in different relevant storage areas in the brain. And this is something that goes on and on and on. literally throughout your life. Every time you encounter something that's similar to a previous memory, it interlinks with that, it forms synapses, and so what you get is this kind of holistic gestalt of knowledge that you call upon when you need it.
And how are memories retrieved then? I mean, you've talked about input, consolidation, storing the memories. How are they retrieved?
All the storage in the world is not going to do much good if you can't get the memory when you want it. And it's quite amazing, if I were to ask you some specific questions, how you could come up with the answer almost instantaneously, considering the billions of bits of information that you have. So there are structures in the brain that then go back, search the memory, and pick out those specific instances that you want to recall, whether it's knowledge memory in terms of a topic that you want to expound about, or if it's a skill that has to be done quickly, efficiently, instantaneously, without thinking. And again, that's why most of what people do on a skilled basis, they do on an automatic level and use the other parts of their brain when an unusual circumstance presents itself.
Is there a term that you've come to know in your field called multiple representation?
When we say storage in the brain, it's not like there's a certain file cabinet for each individual memory. So memories that have to do with driving, for example, might have to do with the prices of automobiles. Memories that have to do with the prices of automobiles might have to do with the state of the economy. Memories that have to do with the state of the economy might have to do with how you're going to drive to work that day. So that's why your memory is always being reformed. From the moment you're born till the moment you die, information is being updated, annotated. Information that comes in has to integrate itself with information that's been in your brain for the longest amount of time.
All right. Let me ask you this then. Consistent with the way memories are formed, do certain skills and behaviors that we have become more practiced and thus more automatic?
Right. The more you do something, especially if it's the same kind of thing, over and over and over again, the less you have to consciously think about it. And again, nature builds that into our brains because that enables us to have efficiency of operation. Imagine having to think about everything you did. Most of what you do, especially if it's the same routine on a regular basis, are things that you do automatically because that's how the brain wants you to work.
Okay. In connection with how that happens, are you familiar with the term System 1 and System 2?
This was a concept that was developed by a cognitive psychologist named Kahneman to basically describe what's part of a larger process. Again, it's what I was saying before. System 1 is a kind of code that's used to refer to the kind of automatic, instantaneous, not thinking about it, shooting from the hip, all the phrases we use to describe things that we do that don't take any real degree of conscious deliberation. Now, the way you get to that is by utilizing System 1. Remember, we're rarely born knowing most things. We have to learn them. The way we learn them is by practice. The more practice you do, the better you get at it. The better you get at it, the more automatic it becomes. And so I don't want to think of System 1 and System 2 as like two totally separate things. It's kind of an interaction. And the more different ways you now apply this new skill, and the more different circumstances and experience you get with those circumstances, the more integrated that knowledge becomes, and the more likely it is to be called upon in a situation where you have to think fast and act fast.
Well, you've described System 1. How about System 2?
And that's the thinking, more deliberative, more slow processing part of the brain. Typically, we reserve those aspects of thinking for things that are unusual, atypical, less well learned, less well practiced, and less automatic. So just to use driving as an example, if you're driving down the road and it's a route you've taken before and you're not thinking about it and suddenly the road is closed or a car cuts you off, now you've got to focus on something different. You've got to engage your conscious deliberative process and figure out what to do in that novel situation. And that takes a little more time, and in most cases it's done successfully, but there may be circumstances where if the focus is so intense and the stress factor is so intense that that System 2 type of thinking may become hijacked and superseded by the System 1 thinking that has been in operation for the longer period of time.
Well, did they usually work in coordination, the two systems, 1 and 2?
I'm sorry, could you
Did
repeat
they
the
usually
question?
work in coordination with each other, the Systems 1 and 2?
Yeah, I mean, we're doing this right now. I mean, you're paying attention, you're writing things down, you're listening the court reporter is typing. These are things that you've all been trained to do and done thousands and millions of times before. What's novel is what we're talking about. These may be new topics, it may be a new environment. So that, the brain says, use your frontal lobe cortical thinking part of your brain for the things that you need to think about. And the things that you don't need to think about, like how to write something down on a pad, or how to use a particular device, those are the things that are done on that automatic System 1 level.
Okay. And as a skill becomes, for a person, becomes more integrated in automatic, is there a gradual transfer from System 1 to System 2?
Well, that's the whole point. It's a gradual transfer. So, at any given time, there are certain things that are completely automatic. There are some things that are sort of in between, and there are some things that are relatively novel. And that, pretty much describes the situations that we encounter in life.
Okay. In the brain imaging studies that you've worked with and studied, have you found in the literature that the brain actually uses less energy with respect to more skilled in practice and automatic thinking, as opposed to System 1 or System 2, I should say?
It's counterintuitive, because you think as the brain becomes more skilled, it would use more energy, but it's just the opposite. As you become more skilled at a task, fewer parts of the brain have to chip in and contribute to that task. It's very similar to, again, the car example. The first time you learned to drive a car, it was all systems on deck. You had to think about it. You had to use your vision, your audition, your every sense, and to try to figure out how to work that machine. And what happened was, over time, it became so automatic that the driving program under ordinary circumstances is now overlearned and routine. And the brain no longer has to work as hard to perform these skilled activities as it did when you first learned it. And again, that's what the brain wants to do. It doesn't want to waste any energy. Keep the simple things simple and save the really intensive brain power for the things that are unusual and more challenging.
Would that apply, for example, in playing a musical instrument?
I'm sorry, what?
Would it apply, for example, in playing a musical instrument?
Well, that's another good example. I mean, if there are any musicians in the room today, they understand that the first couple of times you tried to play something, you wondered, how could anybody do this? Now, maybe a couple of years later in your practice, and it seems like what we call second nature. Well, it's not nature. You practiced. You became good at it. It became more automatic. And just think about anything you do in life that's in that category. We do so many things automatically because that's how our brains have trained us to do it.
Would a surgeon completing surgery be another example of that?
Yeah, I mean, this is very important and very complex skills. Where this often comes up in skills such as aviation, surgery, medical skills. It's very important that if a surgeon is performing, hundreds and hundreds of operations of the same type, that some aspects of that operation are going to be routine. But the surgeon is focusing on are those unusual aspects of a particular procedure that may cause him to zero in more with that System 2 thinking and try to figure out what to do in a more deliberative, conscious, reasoning kind of way. But the only reason he's able to, or she is able to do that, is because other aspects of the procedure have been overlearned, have been well practiced, and don't require that intensive type of concentration.
Can the same thing occur with firearms training, for example?
Firearms training is a specialized skill in law enforcement. One of the reasons that we want all professionals, whether it's police officers, paramedics, firefighters, EMTs, to practice is because we want most of the things to be automatic. And in fact, if you speak to officers who have been involved in officer-involved shooting, many times what they'll say is...
The objection is sustained.
Okay. Well, stay with what other officers have told you. I'm just wondering if it happens in firearms training as well. Fair
Yes,
enough?
it does.
Okay. All right. What's muscle memory?
Well, it's an interesting term because your muscles really don't remember anything. The only way your muscles know anything is by what the brain tells it. Your muscles are hooked up to nerve fibers, which in turn are hooked up to neurons in the spinal cord, which get their direction from cells in the brain. So the brain tells the spinal cord to tell the muscles what to do. The learning part of that process is what happens in the brain. And then when the brain becomes more efficient at a task, it tells your spinal cord to tell those particular combinations of hundreds, if not thousands of muscles, how to behave in a given circumstance, whether it's driving a car or practicing on a firing range.
What happens in the brain when a person learns a new skill, and how that new skill interacts with the old skill already learned?
Well, one of the cognitive psychologists will tell you that one of the principles of memory is last hired, first fired. In other words, the brain does not forget anything. If you learn something new, especially if it's different from, in some respects, similar to, but in other respects different from the old knowledge, what happens is the old memory, the old skills, they become overwritten. And so in most circumstances, after a while, you become more proficient in using the new program, the new skill. But there are circumstances under which the old skill, remember, it's there in the background, that may become what we call prepotent. Prepotent simply means most likely to occur under certain circumstances, and it may overwhelm the training that occurred more recently with the new skill.
Well, this brings us to a term in psychology called the action error. You're familiar with that term?
Yes.
Would you explain to the jury what an action error is?
An action error is a sequence of responses in which an intended action has an unintended effect, especially where this does not have to do with outside interference, willful neglect, or conscious manipulation. Plain language, you intend to do one thing, think you're doing that thing, but do something else, and only realize later that the action that you intended was not the one you took.
Well, are these action errors unusual in our lives?
They occur all the time.
Could you give us some examples?
Well, I mean, action errors occur all the time. Simple examples are the first couple of weeks of the new year. Many of us will write the previous year on a check or on the top of a paper. Of course, we know it's a different year. We know it's 21 and not 2020. But if we're distracted or we're thinking about something else, that old memory comes back. Other examples include if you're in a traffic circumstance and a car cuts you off. How many times has this happened where you impulsively and instinctively slam on the brake? Even though stopping may not be the proper thing to do if you have time to think about it, but that's an overlearned response. You've braked and braked and braked so many times, that's what comes to the fore. And I'm sure, we can all think of a plethora of examples in our own lives where this has happened. And again, typically they're trivial and we laugh to ourselves and we say, how could I do that? How could I be so silly? That was a silly mistake. Well, it wasn't silly. It was that old action program coming back for that moment because your attention was distracted while you were intending to do something else.
Well, another example would be password confusion. You change your password and you use your old password, for example.
Well, we've all gone through that. Somebody hacks your account and you have to change your password, and most of the time you remember the new password, but if you're thinking about something that's extraneous and instinctively you plug in the old password and the only thing that lets you know it was wrong is the little error message comes up, and then you go, oh, that's right, I changed the password.
There are examples, though, of action errors that occur that are far more serious than what you've just described.
Well, if we're only limited to passwords and checks, we probably wouldn't be having this conversation, and it wouldn't have been such an intensive area of study for almost the past 40 or 50 years.
Well, give us some examples of action errors that have been harmful.
Action errors can occur in medicine, where if a medical personnel are being trained on a new procedure, and they are trained just to the point of criteria. In other words, they know how to pass the test and get certified in using that procedure, but they've been using a different procedure for several years prior, and then a circumstance occurs where it's a high critical circumstance, it's one of these emergency room situations, the brain may default to the old program. And these have actually happened, and the medical community takes a very active interest in studying this because obviously the goal is to prevent this from happening.
But yet it does.
It does occasionally, yes.
And how about in the fields of military, nuclear energy, aviation? Does it happen in those areas as well, and if so, how?
Probably the industry with the largest record of studying action errors is the aviation industry, because here, if a mistake is made, we can only imagine the tragic consequences. And there have been circumstances where, in a cockpit, personnel who have been trained in a procedure or in a particular type of aircraft, and they've flown this aircraft maybe dozens of times, but have flown previous aircraft hundreds of times, or maybe even thousands of hours of flight in a very high-stress circumstance, which involves the safety of everybody aboard that plane, they will reflexively default to the previous action pattern, and it's an error because that causes the plane to lose an engine and in some cases to crash.
During an action error, I think you touched on this, does the individual involved realize that the error is taking place at the time it's taking place?
I'm sorry, could you repeat that, please?
When an action error occurs, does the individual who commits the action error understand that the action error is taking place when it does?
Well, that's what makes it an error. During the action itself, the person thinks that they are performing one action when they're performing something else. Typically what happens is when the intended result does not occur, they realize the action was an incorrect one. But while they're doing it, they think they're doing thing one while they're doing thing two.
What are the critical factors in the literature that contribute to action errors?
Again, as they've been studied in aviation, in medicine, the nuclear power industry is another active area where this is studied. There are three main factors, and that is hyperarousal. The person is under.
What's that mean?
That means the person is under an extreme degree of stress. But what's interesting, it's not the arousal itself necessarily that causes the action error. It's the other two factors that are associated with it. Like hyper distractibility, hyper-focus. When you are in an extremely emotional state, you zero in on the thing that seems to be most dangerous, most critical, and because you're zeroing in on one particular aspect of that situation, the thing that is causing in your mind the greatest peril and danger, you're tuning out everything else. So you've got hyper-focus caused by this hyper-arousal, and of course what that means is you get the third factor, which is a distraction of attention. Because you're zeroed in, you're tuning out everything else. And if you look at almost all of the action errors that occur, especially the ones that have been studied, and they've been studied because they've had a tragic outcome, it's these three main factors in various combinations that are responsible for the unfortunate event that occurs.
When you talked about the factors, is there a relationship between System 1 and System 2 thinking that is involved in those reactions too?
I'm sorry, could you...
Is there a relationship between System 1 and System 2 thinking, as you've described it, with what you've just described as the critical factors?
So again, when you're performing any skill, you're operating mostly on your System 1 thinking. Most things are automatic, most things are routine, and you're keeping System 2 in reserve just in case something unusual happens and you have to sort of tune in and concentrate a little bit harder. And that's how it works. When you're driving a car, flying a plane, performing surgery, there are going to be some aspects of it that are very routine and common, and there are a couple of things that you need to use your brain on. You have to change a route or stop because a car stops in front of you. But if it's a high-stress circumstance, extremely high arousal, what happens is that System 2 then gets knocked offline. It's not there to overcorrect for the previous System 1 action error, the previous overlearned response, which used to be the right response, might have saved your life in the old situation, but now, in fact, is superseding the more newly learned response, and that's what's taking something that ordinarily would have saved your life, now it's putting your life in danger.
There's a phrase that I read in your books, it's not the object, it's the action.
Well, a lot of times, people say, how could you not know the difference between this particular object or that particular object? And in the example that you raised before, in firearms, how could you not know the difference between, let's say, what a flashlight or a baton or a taser looks like and a firearm? And these are all objects that have been confused with a firearm in various cases. So the point is, it's not the object, meaning there's nothing wrong with that person's perception. If you put the two objects in front of them, they can easily tell the difference. But the perception isn't working. It's offline. The program is not running because the previously learned response says this is what you do in an emergency situation. This is what you've been trained far more times than the new learning, and that's what becomes what we call the prepotent response.
Is there another phrase from your literature that it, quote, it's not the action, it's the outcome?
Yeah, when something, I'm explaining a very common psychological process that we've all gone through, we can all relate to. But almost in every case, fortunately, they don't lead to a tragic outcome. But what makes an action error, the critical ones, the ones we pay attention to, the aviation accidents, the surgical mishaps, or the law enforcement cases, is that there occurs a tipping point where the action that is taken, the prepotent action, happens to be one that can have a lethal outcome, whether it's pressing the wrong lever or moving the switch in the wrong direction on an airplane, whether it's using the wrong instrument or the wrong medication dose in a hospital, or drawing the wrong weapon in an officer-involved shooting circumstance.
Let's go then to what can contribute to action errors in police work. And one of the topics in your literature and your writing that is discussed is what's called an optimum arousal level. Are you familiar with that term?
Yes.
Tell us about that.
All right, so that's not a term that I invented. This goes back.
But you've referenced it in your books. Okay, go ahead.
In order to do anything well, you have to be in a certain zone of arousal. In other words, you can't be too laid back and chill and uninterested, because you're not going to have the motivation to do that skill well, whatever that skill happens to be. So you have to be a little bit pumped up, a little bit enthusiastic, a little bit motivated to do it. What happens is, as that arousal increases to the point where it starts becoming fear or agitation or panic, then you have the opposite effect. Then it begins to degrade your performance. Again, we've all experienced situations where we've been motivated to do something, but maybe the pressure is on, and we talk about sometimes choking under pressure or doing the wrong thing because we just got too hyped up. And so as long as we're in that range, and that range can be fairly wide, we do well. So typically what happens is, when you have something like an action error occurring, it's occurring because that person has gone beyond. They have exceeded the optimum level of arousal for that particular task, so that higher levels of arousal no longer help, but now begin to hurt efficiency in performing that task.
Okay. And that includes such factors as hyperfocus, tunnel vision.
Well, hyperfocus, hyperarousal is what we mean by being outside that zone. Okay. And hyperfocus and distraction of attention are the main factors that being out of that zone tend to produce.
In your 25 years of experience with working with police psychology, have you studied critical incidences, shootings, that sort of thing?
Yes.
Okay. And you've worked with officers who've been involved in such incidents, have you not?
That's right.
Okay. And many of them involve deadly force?
Some of them, yes.
Okay. So what are the factors that would contribute to an action error in a law enforcement setting?
Well, any situation that involves an extreme degree of stress, which usually means a threat to life. We mean by a critical incident, we mean an incident where there is some credible threat to the safety or life of a police officer, of a citizen, of bystanders, and that requires an immediate response. Critical incidents don't only occur in law enforcement; they occur in medical, emergency room settings. They occur in firefighting and first responders. But here we're applying critical incidents to law enforcement, and in those cases, the factors usually involve an extremely compressed time frame. The person has to act very quickly, sometimes instantaneously. There is that high threat to life and safety. Often there are confusing and changing circumstances. The circumstances may be ambiguous. You're in a scene and you're not quite sure what's going on, and what's going on may change from second to second. And put all these things together, and this creates a high state of arousal and agitation, and that is exactly the kind of perfect storm for the production of an action error.
We've heard about the term weapon confusion. Are you familiar with that term?
Yes.
Okay. Is weapon confusion a form of an action error?
Well, weapon confusion is a subset of action error that applies to a specific law enforcement circumstance where...
Is there a particular term for it that you know?
Well, a term that's been used for it is something called a slip and capture error.
Explain what slip is and what capture is then.
That term is coined by a police psychologist and refers to the fact that under these states that are conducive to action errors, these states of high arousal, hyperfocus, and impaired attention, the ability of System 1 to pick out the correct response slips away, and the actual performance, the actual behavior is captured by the older, more well-entrenched, more baked-in knowledge program that the person has been carrying around long before the newer, and in this case, what would have been the more appropriate program has a chance to engage.
Has that process happened in the literature in the arena of weapon confusion?
That's right.
Confusing, say, a taser for a gun.
That's the most typical example of what's meant by weapon confusion shooting.
Now, when you're talking about action errors before we got to slip and capture, you were talking about critical states and circumstances that would likely cause an action error in terms of police conduct. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Are there other factors that might well contribute to an action error when a police officer confronts an individual?
Well, we already know that action errors are more likely to occur under states of hyperarousal, hyperfocus, and distraction of attention. And we know that in critical incidents, you do have many of these factors occurring. Officers will typically report hyperfocus in the form of what's called tunnel vision. They're zeroed in on one aspect, usually the most dangerous aspect of a circumstance, and will tune out other goings-on and other things in the surrounding. They're under extreme time pressure. They're under circumstances that are confused and changing. And so, so what might be the types of circumstances that would produce that kind of high-wired psychological state in a police officer? And these are, police officers deal with citizens on a daily basis. In any given day, there are hundreds of thousands of police-citizen contacts, most of which are uneventful. The ones that do qualify as critical incidents usually involve situations where police officers have reason to believe there's a high danger level. And those are the ones that we're talking about.
How about whether or not the subject is intoxicated?
Well, things like a subject may be intoxicated, a subject may be mentally impaired, subject does not respond in the usual way that you'd expect a citizen to respond to a police officer, such as obeying a lawful command. If an attempt is made to arrest the suspect or the subject, the citizen may resist. Of course, if the citizen becomes violent or tries to flee the encounter or does anything that could potentially put the officers or other citizens in danger, and especially if you have a combination of these factors, that's more likely to produce these states of hyperfocus, tunnel vision, hyperarousal, distraction of attention, which in turn, if an action error is going to occur, that's the proper recipe for something like that to happen.
In traffic stops, in the police work that you've studied and experienced in your 25 years, are there certain risk factors that may also contribute to an action error?
And these are just a special example of the risk factors that we mentioned above. One of the most dangerous things about a traffic stop is you don't know who's in the car. It's the factor of the unknown. And so, people often wonder why, if there's a traffic stop, do you need so many police officers responding? Well, we all know.
Objection, Your Honor, this witness is not a police officer.
The objection is sustained for lack of foundation. You may lay additional foundation.
Sure. Have you studied in your 25 years the risk factors, for example, that may contribute to an action error in a traffic stop?
Yes.
I mean, you've done hundreds of interviews of police officers, which we can't talk about, obviously, but you have interviewed a lot of police officers who've been in these kind of things, in traffic stops. Is that correct?
Well, not all of the officers I've worked with have been in traffic stops specifically, but yes, a fair number of them have.
Yeah, you've seen hundreds of videotapes over the course of your career, and you've reviewed the literature of the stressors involved, have you not?
Yes.
Okay. So what are some of the risk stops, the factors that maybe come in play in a traffic stop?
Well, very similar to what we described above. The subject may not respond to lawful commands. You don't know the occupants of the vehicle. If in fact you discover that there may be outstanding warrants or the vehicle may have been stolen, or other factors that lead one to believe that this person may show resistance, in some case violence resistance. These are all factors that sort of build up cumulatively in the first responder's mind. And the reason is because first responders know that there have been circumstances where this has led to the death or injury of police officers and other citizens. And so the radar is likely to be on high alert in these circumstances. And then what often happens is if you analyze many of these cases, you look at the videos, you interview the officers, what you see is a tipping point.
What do you mean by tipping point?
At some point, a subject resists a command, resists arrest, does something which, if only that thing hadn't been done, the situation may have ended with an arrest or even with a, have a nice day. But for whatever reason, somebody went somewhere, a word was exchanged here, an elbow went there, and a tragic result occurred. And it's disconcerting when that happens, because when you go back and you look at this and you run the scenarios in retrospect, you realize how many different ways these things could have turned out.
Okay. So it's a combination of all the factors that you've talked about.
Well, that's exactly it. We're talking about cumulative factors. There's no one thing that causes an action error. You have a set of circumstances that creates a certain emotional climate and a sense of danger. Then you have actions that are done by the citizen, actions that are done by the police, and if those sort of align in a particular way, then you have what we call the unfortunately rare occurrence of an action error that causes a tragic outcome.
And one of the factors that you've studied in the aftermath of such an error has to do with the police officer's memory of it. Would that be fair?
Yes.
And what have you studied in that regard?
Many police officers are themselves surprised that they don't recall certain aspects of what went on in the scene itself. Sometimes when they're questioned by authorities, do you recall what happened? The officer will say, I don't recall, or I have a spotty memory. And that relates to what we talked about earlier, about the different stages of memory: input, consolidation, storage, and retrieval. Most of the time, and again, it's not just police officers. If anybody here has ever been involved in a very frightening experience and lived to tell about it, there may be some aspects of it, and you look back and you say, I don't know how I got out of that car. Or, I don't know how I evaded that truck that was about to hit me, but somehow, next thing I knew, I was on the side of the road and I was okay. And that's because it's not a matter of not retrieving the information. Remember, the information didn't get in the first place. You were focused on something else. The officer was focused on surviving that encounter, and not only surviving that encounter, but hopefully ensuring the survival of other people on the scene. So the reason you can't recall it, and that officer can't recall it, is he or she, it didn't get into his or her brain in the first place. And if it did, it didn't have time to be consolidated by this memory formatting process in order to be stored in a way that could later be recalled.
What's a flashbulb memory? Is that in connection with what you just described?
Again, the paradox is where some memories may be missing or distorted, other memories may be acutely, the officer may be acutely aware of them. And again, these are typically memories for those specific aspects that presented the danger. Sometimes this is called weapon focus effect. It doesn't happen just to police officers. Crime victims, well, when asked to identify an assailant, will say, I don't even know what the guy's face looked like. I wasn't looking at his face, I was looking at the knife or the gun or the weapon that they were pointed at me. So again, the point is, what we're describing in the case of police officers is simply a special application of cognitive processes that occur in all emergency situations. Except in all emergency situations, you're not dealing with first responders who are charged with a very special task of protecting life and safety.
So in sum, it would be fair to say that action errors do exist, have been studied in the literature, and a subsection of an action error is a slip and capture error. Fair enough?
That would be a fair statement, yes.
Okay. And that's what you just described to us.
Yes, it is.
No further questions.
Counsel, you may cross.
Good morning, Dr. Miller.
Good morning.
Welcome to Minnesota.
Thank you.
I hope the weather is treating you okay thus far.
When I can move, yes.
So I want to talk a little bit about some of the questions you were asked on direct, a little bit about your experience. I know you've written a number of articles, you've gone through a lot of school, but you talked about one of the areas of expertise you've developed is as a police psychologist. Is that right?
Yes.
And police psychology as a specialty, that wasn't recognized by the American Psychological Association until 2013, right?
As it happens, it is. There is actually a special section of the American Psychological Association called Police and Public Safety Psychology. It's called the section. The APA, American Psychological Association, has I don't know how many different sections, but that is now one of them.
And that's a recent change, as of 2013.
I don't recall the date, but I'll accept that.
But in any case, the work that you do, in terms of the way that you make your income, it's primarily on behalf of police and police entities, right?
I'm just going to ask you to speak up just a little bit, please.
You work primarily with police officers and police departments?
Well, that's one aspect of my practice. That's not my entire clinical practice.
But a lot of your consulting and the work that you do that generates income is for police departments and police officers, right?
Some of it, yes.
And are you still working closely with law enforcement in your local area?
Yes.
And that includes the West Palm Beach Police Department, the Palm Beach County Sheriff's Office. Is that right?
Those are the two main agencies that I work with on a regular basis.
But you've also worked with national police organizations, other types of police forum venues, if you will.
Well, I do consulting, expert witnessing, and a lot of training with many of these other agencies around the country.
And you're also affiliated with Police One, correct?
Police One, the website, yes. I have a webpage on that.
And that website, that's a site for the law enforcement community, right?
For the law enforcement community and also other professionals who work with law enforcement.
So they have a lot of articles and resources for police officers on that site, right?
That's right.
And some law enforcement only content as well. Fair?
I'm sorry, some what content?
Some, if you're a member, you can log in and get some law enforcement only content, correct?
I think that's right, yes.
Okay. And you're identified on their website as a police columnist, as well as all of the other things you do, right?
Yes,
And you've written a number of articles for Police One over the years, correct?
that's right.
And many of them are listed in your pretty voluminous CV, right?
That's right.
And you spent, I think you told counsel, 25 years or so of your career working with law enforcement.
That's right.
And you also mentioned that you testify as part of your consulting work on behalf of police officers, right?
That's one of the things I do, yes.
And that's primarily who you testify for police officers, police departments.
What do you mean by for?
In terms of, well, you mentioned civil and maybe criminal litigation. Typically, when you're offering testimony or you're consulting, that's on behalf of the police officer or in a criminal case, the defendant, right?
In most of those cases, yes.
And I know you said it's not the only thing that you do, but that's a big income generator, right?
It's one of them, yes.
And for this case, you were paid, you said $30,000 for your work, is that right?
That's right.
And that you described involving today's testimony, but also an interview with the defendant, Ms. Potter, correct?
Yes.
And you said that there was also a review of records, right?
Yes.
That was part of your review. But you didn't review the whole file in this case, correct?
The entire file, no.
You, in your report, identified the materials you reviewed, correct?
Well, I reviewed somewhat more than those materials. Those in my report are the ones I felt were most relevant to me formulating my opinion.
Okay. And in your report, you identified, I think, 3 documents and 1 composite video clip. Is that right?
Yes.
You didn't review any training materials in this case, correct?
I did review some training materials, but I did not put those in my report.
Well, you didn't review any department policies.
I don't have the entire file with me, which is, a big stack, but I do recall reviewing training records, training materials, SOPs, other documents, transcripts of other witness statements, and a wide variety of things that didn't all work their way into my report. Otherwise, it would have been a 100-page report.
Well, in your report, you included just a few of those materials, right? Including the transcript of a statement by Officer Lucky, the summary of video recordings, the complaint, and I believe the composite video, correct?
Yes.
And then a lot of your report is dedicated to your commentary on your interview with the defendant, Ms. Potter. Is that right?
Yes.
Fair to say that the majority of the information that you got came directly from the defendant, Ms. Potter.
Well,
right?
yes, she was the focus of this case.
I'm going to talk a little bit about that interview with the defendant a little bit later, but let's get back to some of the work that you do more broadly. You talked about System 1 and System 2 processes as part of sort of those psychological components when it comes to how our brains work, right?
Well, that's the way I'm conceptualizing this case for the jury, yes.
And you talked about how things that are learned early on become sort of regular, sort of automatic type of behaviors, correct?
Yes.
And that would include things that we would learn, at childhood, for instance. Fair?
Well, I mean, some of these things go back to childhood, but we also do quite a bit amount of learning as adults.
Sure, we continue to learn as we grow older. Is that fair?
Yes.
But things like learning left from right, that's something that's done at an early age, right?
Yeah, yes, hopefully, yes.
Now, getting back to some of the training that you do, I think you talked a little bit about training. You provide some training to law enforcement officers as well, right?
Yes.
And that includes how to manage stress, ways to avoid using force, things like that.
That's essentially right, yeah.
And you've written, I think there was a book shown, you've written a number of papers and books even about the management of stress for law enforcement officers, right?
Yes.
And you'd agree that managing stress is an important part of a law enforcement officer's job?
A law enforcement officer and anyone who finds himself in a high-stress circumstance during their job, yeah.
And you'd agree that it's a high-stress job being a police officer?
Yes, it is.
They encounter stressful situations often?
Even if it's not often, even if it's occasionally, the ones that they do encounter can be quite stressful and quite dangerous.
And so managing that stress is an important part of doing that job, correct?
That would be right.
Including things like determining when to use force, how much force to use, things like that.
Well, that's actually more of tactical training. In terms of the procedures used, that's more of a tactical issue than a stress-related issue.
Fair enough. So other people train on what force to use and when, but for your purposes as a psychologist, in terms of imparting that knowledge, it's important for you, in your profession, to impart on officers how to manage their stress, how to make decisions under stress, things like that.
That would be right.
You mentioned a variety of articles, and I know that you said that you wrote for Police One as well. One of the articles that you wrote for Police One in 2010 was called Understanding an Officer's Reaction to That One Big Mistake. Do you recall that?
I do recall that title, yes.
And you called those OBMs for short. Is that right?
I'm sorry, what was that?
The abbreviation for that was OBM, One Big Mistake?
One big mistake, right.
You also referred to that as OBFU, correct?
That's right.
And that stands for what?
OBM stands for one big mistake.
And OBFU, which you said it was also known as, stands for one big fuck up, right?
Well, I'd rather you say it than me, but yes.
Okay. But in that article, you use those abbreviations to refer to those terminologies, correct?
Well, I used the abbreviations, but the terms were used by the police officers themselves.
Okay. And so in that article, you acknowledge that OBMs, however you characterize them, are preventable, right?
Some of them are, yeah.
And in that article, you wrote quote, "Yes, class, you've heard me say this 1,000 times before, but the fact is many OBM incidents occur in response to the deer in headlights freeze response that occurs when officers aren't sure what to do and have to wing it on the spot. And many of these mental choke points are preventable through the use of proper training and practice. This includes proficiency with firearms, non-lethals, vehicles, and communication equipment. It also means basic expertise in proper approach, citizen confrontation, vehicle stop, dwelling search, use of backup, suspect search, physical restraint, and arrest technique. Equally important is training in verbal communication and nonviolent conflict resolution skills so that potentially dangerous situations can be diffused before they require cuffs, volts, or bullets." Those were your words, right?
No police psychologist and no police officer is going to contest the fact that the more training, the better. But the whole concept that we're discussing today is despite training, and in fact relies on training, that certain types of training may become more prominent than others.
You answered the question. Those were your words, correct?
Well, I'll give that long paragraph a yes.
But you're acknowledging that, at least as early as this article 2010 and likely before, that this is an important part of the knowledge that you're imparting on these officers who are reading your articles, right?
Could you just repeat and rephrase that, please?
Prevention is half the battle, essentially, right? Is sort of the takeaway.
Prevention is always preferable than follow-up, yes.
And you mentioned that training can play a big role in that. So things like scenario-based training, trainings on managing stress and making decisions under stress can help prevent these types of things from happening, right?
Well, the whole concept of training is good is something that nobody's going to contest.
And you've been training officers on how to do these types of things, manage stress for decades, right?
Right, not the operational aspect, but the stress management.
But the stress management. Essentially, to help them have these situations turn out the best way possible. Fair?
Yeah, that's fair, yes.
And that's because you're aware that stress can affect how people behave, right?
Yes.
Can impatience also influence someone's behavior?
I'm sorry, what was that?
Impatience. Can that affect how someone will behave?
I'm not quite sure what you mean by impatience.
Well, if someone acts impatiently, that can influence how a situation will turn out. Fair?
By impatiently, do you mean impulsively? Because impatiently seems to imply sort of a lack of wanting to wait for something. And I'm not sure how that would apply to this type of circumstance.
Well, if a person acts impulsively or impatiently or acts too quickly, that can affect how a situation will turn out. Fair?
I can't say that's fair only because quickly is not synonymous with impatiently. People can act quickly and act adaptively, and in fact, most of the circumstances that we're talking about, that's exactly what happens.
All right, that's enough. That's an answer to my question. Thanks. So if you can't answer that clearly what you've talked about is stress management, right? Stress management is something important for officers, right?
Yes.
And part of the way that they're trained to manage stress is to suppress certain behaviors when it's necessary under stress, right?
Well, preparation for a particular task is one way of handling stress. The more competence...
It's a yes or no question, sir.
Can we go back to the question?
Excuse me. Everybody has to follow the rules. Please don't interrupt him when he's in the middle of a sentence. Let him finish his answer before you ask the next question. Did you need the question repeated?
Yes, could you please repeat?
It's a yes or no question, sir. Are officers trained to control their stress?
They often are and should be, yes.
And when it comes to the brain and how the brain functions, you discussed about how our brains can be flexible, how we can change behaviors, right?
Yes.
I think you said something, I don't know if it was the frontal lobe, but some portion of our brain allows us to plan an action, but also to shift gears when appropriate, right?
Yes.
And I think you said that we save brain power for things that are more challenging, where we have to focus on unusual aspects. Fair?
Well, we save the thinking and reflecting part of our brain power for those purposes, yes.
And again, training and experience has a lot to do with how someone will respond to a stressful situation. Fair?
That's fair.
And someone who has been trained repeatedly is better able to control and manage stress and better able to adapt. Fair?
All things being equal, that is correct.
You were also asked about high-stress jobs, things not only like law enforcement, but also other fields. There are lots of high-stress jobs, correct?
I'm sorry, repeat that last one, please.
You mentioned aviation, things like medicine. There are other types of high-stress jobs, correct?
Yes.
But with fields like those and law enforcement where people have to deal with high stress, through your psychological experience and the training that you impart particularly on officers, is the training done so that officers can and that they are expected to be better prepared to respond appropriately in those situations?
Yes, I think I said that earlier.
Okay. You talked about the job of a police officer, right? And that sometimes there are other factors that might come into play with respect to an individual suspect's behavior. Fair?
I'm not sure what you mean by other factors.
Well, you mentioned sometimes people might be under the influence of drugs, right?
Well, those are factors that would heighten an officer's arousal level to danger, yes.
Sure. Sometimes people flee. Sometimes people can be violent. You mentioned those examples.
Yes, I did.
And those are all things that officers are trained to respond to, right?
That's right.
You also talked about the term slip and capture as a particular way that action error has been sort of adapted for law enforcement, right?
Yes.
But slip and capture isn't a term that's generally accepted in the field of psychology at large, is it?
Well, it's not a diagnosis, but it's simply a way of describing a cognitive phenomenon.
But that's a term, the slip and capture term, that you and others in the field of policing have coined, correct?
That we do what?
That's a term used in the field of police psychology, right?
Yes, it's used.
And used by individuals like Dr. Bill Lewinsky.
Yes.
And you relied on his prior work in formulating your opinions in this case?
I don't rely on anything that Dr. Lewinsky said in formulating my opinion on this case other than simply the use of the term slip and capture.
Okay. And you're aware that his research has been characterized as junk science in other forums as well?
I don't know what you mean by characterized.
Well, the term slip and capture has no foundation in the general field of psychology at large, right?
The term may not, but the concept certainly does, and that's what we mean by an action error.
Okay. So we can talk about action errors. As applying the term action error in this case, you're relying on your knowledge of research into the area of stress and perception, and sort of the general psychological term of action error. Fair?
Well, no, it's not a general psychological term. If you looked at the bibliography that I appended to my report, you'll see there are numerous references in peer-reviewed journals of descriptions of action errors occurring in the different fields that you mentioned earlier.
Sure. So action error is a term that has been studied in psychology, but slip and capture, not so much. True?
The actual term, again, is something that was applied, so it would be a handy phrase that people in law enforcement could use who are not familiar with the literature on action errors, but the term is almost irrelevant because it's describing the same phenomenon.
But when it comes to law enforcement, there's really not much peer-reviewed research connecting the research on stress with a police officer's action in firing a weapon, right?
No, that's not correct. There's a whole literature on cognitive distortions and other types of errors that occur in officer-involved shootings, much of which I built my book around to sort of have a handy compendium for researchers and law enforcement personnel to describe. So everything we know about officer-involved shooting and the cognitive processes that occur in those emergency critical incidents does have a long research and clinical practice history.
So some of those phenomena that you described include, you said, cognitive distortions. Is that right?
Yes,
And you used a term, I think that was referred to as tunnel vision or visual hyperfocus, right?
yes,
And that's what you described as where, under these stressful conditions, someone will zero in on the threat or the suspect and sort of tune everything else out, right?
that's essentially the concept, yes.
And you talked about weapon focus being part of that as well, where people will focus on the weapon and not the surrounding circumstances.
Weapon focus is an example of tunnel vision.
Basically, tunnel vision being a condition where they would focus on that threat and not register what's going on or what people are doing or saying around them.
That's essentially correct.
Okay, so getting back to this concept of action error and these other fields that you mentioned, medicine, aviation, things like that, you describe that action errors are a known phenomenon in life, right?
Well, they are very common, yes.
And because action errors can happen, there are a lot of policies and procedures and systems in place to prevent fatal consequences of an action error, right?
Well, the action errors that we strive to prevent are precisely those that can cause a danger not just to ourselves but to other people.
And in striving to prevent those types of action errors, you mentioned medicine, things, there are policies in place where, for example, there are checks on systems and how medicine is administered in hospitals, things like that, right?
Yes,
And in aviation, there are different knobs and different buttons that are different colors and in different places, multiple buttons to press so that there are sort of checks on the system. Fair?
yes.
And your report talks about this phenomenon of action error, but it doesn't talk about error avoidance or error detection or error mitigation, right?
Yes, and there is a reason for that.
But those things are all also studied and known in the field of psychology and also human factors, right, in the way that these issues are addressed in the real world.
I'm not sure I understand the last question.
There are systems in place to address action errors in many professions, including medicine, aviation, and policing, right?
In those two professions, the first step is to identify them, to characterize them, and only then can we begin to develop ways of trying to mitigate them or to prevent them. And since the study of action errors in law enforcement is much more recent, we're still in the process of validating, cataloging, describing the types of action errors that occur. And of course, the hope is that just like these other professions, we'll get to a point where we can design mitigatory strategies for preventing these in the future, or at
So-
least minimizing them.
So there are things in place, systems in place, to minimize or prevent fatal consequences from action errors, right?
Not as well developed in law enforcement yet as occurs in these other fields you mentioned.
Okay. Well, there are things in place in law enforcement that you'd agree are similar to the things in place in other fields. For example, things like design. There are systems of design that can be implemented to address action error. Fair?
Could you be more specific, please?
So things can be designed to look different from one another. For instance, a taser can be bright yellow while a gun can be black, right?
That's correct.
And that design difference is one way to make noticeable the differences in those two devices. Fair?
That's the intention, yes.
And there are things like policies and procedures in place in terms of how officers are required to carry their weapons, for instance, to address this type of risk, right?
Yes,
For instance, like carrying your taser on the opposite side of your duty firearm, right? Using the opposite side of your duty belt.
yes.
Things like having different holsters, different mechanisms for draw, right?
Again, I'm not testifying here as a tactical expert, but in a general sense, I would agree with that statement.
And you'd agree that practice handling those weapons can help to reduce those errors as well. Fair?
And the more practice, the better the effect.
And things like handling a weapon on a daily basis can help with that as well, right?
Right. Practice with any technique, the more it's practiced, the more it gets baked into the brain, the more likely it is to occur when you need it.
So I'm going to get to your interview with the defendant in this case. You indicated that you did conduct an interview.
Yes.
So we are watching Dr. Lawrence Miller be questioned by the prosecuting attorney, Aaron Eldridge. Right now, as a sidebar, the defense is trying to sort of cue the judge into either letting or not letting specific questions from the state be asked to Dr. Lawrence Miller, who seems to be an expert witness brought on by the defense. Dr. Miller is also, as you hear, as you heard Aaron Eldridge sort of say, like, you're sort of part of this collaboration of police officers and police officers associations that sort of create some of these terms like slip and capture and some of these trainings. You know, Police One is so connected to Lexipol. Police One and Lexipol is so connected to Force Science, which was brought up by Aaron Eldridge. She brought up Bill Lewinsky, who, if you look into Force Science, their police trainings really wild, sort of pushing on the Bulletproof Warrior training. It's all very connected to Jim Glennon and all of that stuff. We're going to actually show some videos during the break. Instead of going with the Daunte Wright protests, we're going to show a little bit of what we're pertaining to with this conversation, with some of the psychology behind the police trainings. There was a police forum that happened in 2018 in Minneapolis, where some folks were specifically breaking down a lot of these police trainings and the psychology behind them, which Dr. Miller is actually getting to. And so it's, you heard towards the end of, before the sidebar was called, Aaron Eldridge was also asking about, well, you know, it sounds like a lot of what you're saying actually doesn't make any reference to what's happening, because Kim Potter didn't like change her belt up, you know what I mean? Like her taser was on the same side it had been on. And so it's sort of, then we get the sidebar a little bit ago. So again, thank you all for tuning in. The sidebar is going a little long. They're discussing again the topic of conversation to Dr. Lawrence Miller. Today we are expecting Kim Potter to take the stand. That is a definite possibility. If that happens, that'll be after Miller, Dr. Miller, obviously. I believe that she might be after him. When it comes to after that, I think they would probably wait till early next week to do the closing arguments. Then they would release the jury for their conclusion, come back for their decision, probably before Christmas. So if you want to know more, check out our website, unicornriot.ninja. In the feeds, Facebook and YouTube, we do have a couple links that we threw in there from the police training that we were talking about. And again, we're going to show some of those videos during the break and lunch. Looks like we're coming back. The court audio is still on. We're just not getting anything back yet. Thank you all for being patient. Thank you all for chatting. Very nice chats out there on the chat world. You all are being very precious with each other, and that's nice. Drink some water this morning. Tell your loved ones you love them. Audio is still on in the court. Although it says it's cut off to the public, that is because they are having a conversation apart from what we can hear. Somehow she doesn't have her headset on anymore, but there is a conversation happening within themselves. The audio is on from the courtroom. While we still sit here and wait, one of the articles that Erin Eldridge brought up in her cross-examination of Dr. Miller, or one of the things that she brought up was him having a page over at Police One by Lexapol, who's been brought up quite a few times during this trial. Looks like the sidebar might be concluding. I'll be quiet.
Okay, the objection is sustained.
Dr. Miller, just a few more questions. You reviewed video in this case, correct?
I'm sorry?
You reviewed some video in this case?
Yes.
And you'd agree that the defendant's handgun was just inches below Officer Lucky's face when she fired?
Beyond the scope.
The objection is sustained.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Is there redirect?
A couple of questions for you, Dr.
Sure.
Miller. Okay. Despite training in error avoidance and error detection in the industries that you've studied, action errors still happen.
Yes, we can't control every circumstance.
In medicine, for example, how many errors occur? How many deaths occur every year as a result of action errors?
Objection, lack of foundation.
If you know.
The objection is overruled. You may answer.
According to one source, over 1 million a year. These don't necessarily involve serious injury or death, but just errors that occur in which an adverse outcome does occur.
And this is profession that is highly trained to know that they can happen and they still do.
I mean, I'm not an expert on medical procedure, but that would be a logical assumption.
And they still occur where there's a great deal of training involved.
Yeah, I mean, the broader point is it's unrealistic to expect zero errors in any profession. Our goal as responsible professionals is to bring that number as low as possible.
But it still happens. Yes?
I'm sorry?
It still happens, though.
And so far, they still happen. But again, that doesn't relieve us of the responsibility of still trying to reduce how often they happen.
Thank you.
Ms. Andrew Cross.
Briefly, Your Honor. Dr. Miller, you testified that there are many action errors that occur in medicine, correct?
That's my knowledge, yes.
How many of them are fatal errors?
I have no statistics on that. I don't know.
How many planes fall out of the sky every day?
Fortunately, very few.
Nothing further.
Anything further?
Okay. Thank you, Doctor. You may step down.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, members of the jury, we're going to take our morning break, so 20 minutes. Okay, you may be seated. When we were conferring with the headsets on, we were talking about the fact that my prior ruling was that although there could be testimony about slip and capture, no person could, no expert is entitled to testify that that actually happened with respect to Officer Potter on April 11. So there's going to be a rebuttal expert as well on the slip and capture issue. If you open the door to that, either side, well, if the state opens the door to anything of that sort, getting into her testimony or her statements to the expert, I'm going to allow recall of Dr. Miller to have him testify. So just so we're clear on that.
And just to be
Okay.
clear for the state, Your Honor, we are asking that Dr. Miller not be released from his subpoena so that he may be recalled in the event we do wish to recall him.
Counsel, that's a legitimate request.
I missed the last phrase.
That's a legitimate request. Okay. All right.
Available today, Your Honor.
Right. Okay. Thank you, counsel.
Well, all right. It sounds like the slip and capture discussion, I think, was not supposed to be brought up. Since it was, it can now be looked back at again with Dr. Miller. I could be totally mixing that up. This court stuff is sometimes confusing without knowing every single thing and not having that much experience in there. But what you've seen today is Dr. Miller Expert witness for the defense testifying about the psychology behind police interactions with communities and mistakes. You know, a lot of things. What we were hearing was specifically a lot of the ways that the police could make the mistake, or what the police are dealing with in their everyday emotion or psychology of life. And then what's also not spoken about is what the citizens would be dealing with this hyper militarized killing police force that's stopping somebody in their tracks of life and wanting to, you know, take them into custody. Like, the feeling that you get when you get into custody is not a feeling that humans should feel. You know, it's one of those pits in your stomach that continues. And this is from specific experience as a white male, so I can't even imagine what it is in other realms of life. So as we move into this break, we have 15 minutes left or so. We might be back about 10:50-ish. That timer was set when she said 20 minutes, so we'll see how that goes. What we're going to do is since they were talking about psychology, a couple years back, we were following this police. It was a public forum. It was over at Communities United Against Police Brutality, which is a sort of a real mainstay here in Minneapolis, Twin Cities area, where they are a nonprofit and they provide an immense amount of support for families impacted by police violence and police terror. And Michelle Gross and Dave Bicking and a few other of the incredible folks over there that have been working so hard with the community for free for so long put together this public forum, and the forum featured quite a few speakers as well as professors and mental health professionals. And in this forum, they specifically were talking about bulletproof warrior training, which Geronimo Yanez was a part of, and it became a really big thing here in Minneapolis, St. Paul area a few years back because they were still having those trainings. And then when it sort of got called out, the police departments and other law enforcement agencies, they took their officers out of the trainings. So you see right here is actually, this was the first time the training manual from the Bulletproof Warrior was ever given to the public. And so it was gotten by, you see right here in this Twitter image, Dave Bicking, and he's quoted, we have here today some actual copies, as a brave friend of ours infiltrated the course. He was in the same session as Officer Yanez. And so these are specific Bulletproof Warrior manuals from the trainings. So it's really worth going and checking those out, reading them, because what's in them is quite shocking. You know, you can go into them. This article goes a little bit more over some of this other stuff in regards to police training, but you can see Bill Lewinsky's name right here for science. He was brought up, and then we're going to get into a little bit of that conversation with the mental health professional Sandy Simonson. But in the meantime, it's really worth also checking out the Bulletproof Warrior training manuals, and you can find them on our website. Just type in Bulletproof Warrior Unicorn Riot and you'll find the manuals. We were the first press to publicly release them to the public, obviously publicly release them. So, but they were gotten by CUAPB, a friend of CUAPB. So we're gonna roll this video that you can actually see right there, and it's gonna go about 15-16 minutes. Again, we're watching the court feed. This is just pertaining to police trainings and mental health around that, sort of in relation to what we've just been hearing about from Seth Stoughton, who was the state's witness, as well as the defense witness, Dr. Miller. We're going to roll this, and then we'll be back. We have an eye on the court feed. We'll continue to watch that. The court might be coming back before this video is done, so we're here for you. Thank you all for tuning in.
Okay. Well, I've been aware of Grossman and his developed training since the attempted ban in Minnesota. That's when I learned about it. I thought it would be a short-lived fad, that he wouldn't be taken seriously. In 2015 is when I start to learn about how much fear-based training has actually taken place in the policing profession. Because there was media attention that was given to the Washington State Police Academy moving from a warrior model to a guardian model. Note that the warrior mindset has been taught in Bulletproof from the start, and at the I'm going to stop and kind of explain what's going here. What we're also going to do is we're going to be putting some quotes on the board, both from Grossman's book on combat. There's also quotes from various articles. There's quotes from different people. So those are going to be running in the background. Okay. And at the training in MOA in May, he's actually now changed the name to, he teaches the warrior spirit. In 215, I also read what the media has started to report about Bulletproof Grossman and the company that he works for, Caliber Press. Of course, I learn even more after July 2016. August 2017, after Justine's death, I meet Rachel and others concerned about how training is affecting the actions of officers. Late 2017 until today is when I learn about how fear-based training has become part of the various professions involved in public service, like EMS. And so we do have handouts about the whole training in companies and stuff too that I want to make sure that you pick up and we will refer to on the slides. Okay. So I'm going to discuss this topic by posing some critical questions. One of them being really from the understanding of how does fear-based training really has not been assessed regarding how it affects the well-being of a community. Tens of thousands of officers have received fear-based training. Now it has expanded into other professions and is also offered to, as you saw, off-the-street citizens too. So these questions become even more significant. One, has anyone considered the psychological ramification for officers or any other individual who attends such training? I happened to meet shortly afterwards with a person who in their profession attended a fear-based training. The person said the training left them feeling awful, that there was no balance in what was presented, just highlighted fear and danger. Second, has anyone considered that fear-based training may compound pre-existing bias? Just think of that. Okay. 3, does it really serve or does it harm communities to have police training and now training in other professions as well be so much influenced by a few companies who are so intertwined? So how it started. As the video showed, Grossman in 1995, he started with the intent to increase military killing and to decrease post-traumatic stress disorder in the military. The premise was to condition the brain, as you saw in the video, to turn killing on and off like a faucet. But the premise was flawed from the start. There are no on and off faucets in the brain, which is maybe why Grossman never bothered with the off. Okay. Overall, Grossman's background needs to be more clearly outlined. So the handout that you hope you got when you walked in is helpful to learn more about him and his colleagues. A point in this clarity needs to be made that Grossman is not a Pulitzer-nominated author, as he has alluded to training attendees. His book was submitted for admission in a category like approximately 2,000 other entrants, because an entry fee was paid. $50. Yeah, $50. He was not named as a finalist by the Pulitzer Committee, so then he could not describe himself as nominated. But yet, he still does. It was West Point that sent Grossman to obtain a master's in educational psychology completed in 1990. This is the psychology of learning, including the study of learning disorders. This degree does not include study of post-traumatic stress disorder, but rather would study attention deficit. Grossman has never been certified or licensed as a psychologist, so has not been accountable to obtain any continuing education to maintain current cognitive knowledge. Cognitive science has advanced greatly since 1990. Think of a 1990 TV in comparison to a TV today. Grossman started his own company based on his Keyology premise called Keyology Research Group and has moved on to other businesses as well, as noted in the handout. But as we saw in the slides before us panelists, The application of Grossman's ideology to policing in communities has been and continues to be questioned by criminal justice professors and both former current police officers. Also, major police policy organizations have also questioned it and backed away from it. Because the use of lethal force by an officer in a community is more complex than a supposed on and off faucet. The use of lethal force by an officer in a community involves policy and hopefully accountability to community members, which in turn involves critical thinking, the executive functioning of the brain. Remember, fear is an easily manipulated emotion. It involves that reptilian part of our brains involved with the fight-flight impulse. Fear also does not build resiliency necessary for long-term coping with stressors. So in a fear-based training, especially in Grossman's taught and or developed training, the instructor intensely offers their interpretation of danger and their interpretation or view of information. Okay? An example being, Grossman saying to attendees, officers, "We are at war." They actually take the easel to the floor because he pounds the periods so hard. Now, Caliber Press, who has Grossman as an instructor, wants to offer de-escalation courses. Just started in 2018. As for the accuracy of their interpretation of information, Glennon, who taught the second day of Bulletproof at MOA, stated in an article on the Caliber Press website that over 150 officers attended the course at MOA. Our coalition obtained records from the post board. Only 37 attended. Glennon said 2 departments pulled officers. We know that at least 4 did so. But yet Glennon in May was going to teach the true statistics regarding use of force. Okay? So there are questions regarding the accuracy of data presented, but also how this presentation distances officers from the communities they are sworn to serve. Because this is who he's telling it to. He was, there was comments after the article about, yes, why are these people protesting? They actually called the coalition members underminers of democracy. The course materials from the 2014 Bulletproof course taken by Yanis shows to what extent Caliber Press identifies signs of danger in a community member. Again, has anyone considered how this affects pre-existing bias? Michelle can even tell you how, at the end, how you can actually view these course materials yourself and kind of explain the link. Okay? Caliber Press instructors go as far as saying, indoctrinate the public. This is what they say to attendees. Grossman has taught civilian courses. Part of the Bulletproof at MOA was combat preparation for your spouse. Again, the handout lists how Grossman's ideology has been marketed to the public. Okay? So, to decrease your ignorance, let's look at what our coalition has discovered about how these companies are intertwined. Okay? So, they all work together. As this side, this is all one company. Vector Learning owns Vector Solutions owns Target Solutions. Grossman has taught a Safe Schools course. Caliber Press advertises Target Solutions. For anyone who's interested, I actually brought the course info from the website from this May 2018, so people can take a look at it afterwards if you would like. The Caliber Press instructor is a use of force expert for force science. Force science is on the Police One Academy board. Force science is Minnesota based, it's down in Mankato. The guy is not allowed anymore to testify in Canada. That's the director. But yet, he's on...
And in many states in the U.S. as well.
Oh, many states in the U.S. Thank you, Michelle. Did not know that fact. But yet, he is on the advisory board for Police One. Okay? Police One has a 207 online courses with Post Board. Target Solution has 100. Police One and Local GovU are also, or they're all under Puritan Digital Company, which also has EMS One, has Military One. They're all companies. And Police One advertises for Lexipool and Force Science. And both Police One and Target Solution has classes that are officer survival classes, which is what they're titled. And we know that Giannis, for another 20 hours of his 56 of fear-based training that he took, actually took an officer survival course. We just don't know from which one. Okay?
Sorry about that. So you can hear a lot of what she's talking about is specifically pertaining to, here's the specific clips right here of the connections between these training companies. And we heard a lot about Police One. We've heard a lot about Lexipol and their utilization by the Brooklyn Center Police Department. And then we've also heard just recently Aaron Eldridge brought up Bill Lewinsky and Force Science. He created Force Science. That's who you heard is not allowed to speak in America, a lot of states in America, because his training is just so contentious. And you see Lexipol and Force Science Institute, they're on the bottom connected to each other. And so this, again, is just talking about fear-based training. This was from a forum in Minnesota, in Minneapolis 3 years ago, that was specifically talking about why the police are getting trained to kill and to fear. And this, Dr. Raj goes into the race along with it, because, you know, we're talking about fear-based. In America, obviously, race is a major factor when it comes to the police. Their creation is from the slave trade era as being slave catchers. And so it's quite evident that that is continued. And also in this case, we have a white police officer and a black male youth. It looks like the feed from the court just went away. Give me a second to try to find and figure that out. But this is what we'll be looking at. 1 second. Okay, they got it figured out. Good. So I just wanted to bring some of that conversation back into the fold. I think that, you know, it's quite important when we're talking about training, when we're talking about police and how they perceive threats and how they perceive the community to be. A lot of times they perceive the community as a war. They perceive their specific job as a wartime job. And so, you know, a lot of the officers are the Kim Potters of the world. They come in from Andover or the Derek Chauvin, you know, they come in from a long Champlain, quite far away, and they come into the city, and then they police the city with an attitude of indifference, because that's not their community. And that's just very evident. You know, you look back in the day where people are like, well, the police used to give us baseball cards and all of that sort of thing. And in a lot of senses, it was a different era. And those police officers aren't really working in the same districts as they live nowadays in urban areas. And so that's just one of the things that's happening. There is officers that do live in the area, like you take Minneapolis Police Chief Arredondo. He grew up over South Minneapolis. He's now on his way out. A lot of people were pushing against the ballot to rethink the police department, and try to get a new public safety, with the hopes that Arredondo would be the one to reform the Minneapolis Police Department. But what we saw last year with Arredondo was something totally different. And then now this year he's out of here, or excuse me, coming up in January he's retiring, and so we'll see what happens with all of that. It looks like court's coming back.
May I ask a question?
Yes, you may.
Number one, the state has subpoenaed Dr. Miller. We'd like to have him stay at his hotel, which is at the Hyatt downtown. We have rides coordinated so we can bring him back here. But I don't see any point in having him sit in a room for all day either. But I'll honor the subpoena, of course, but we'd like him to stay at his hotel instead.
How quickly can he get here?
Well, about 15 minutes.
Okay. That should be fine, right?
If there is a rebuttal witness, we've not heard about it. The state has not indicated any witness to be called today. And I know that the court referenced the rebuttal witness. We'd like notice.
All right. Is the state intending to call the rebuttal witness expert?
Your Honor, the state's rebuttal is entirely dependent on the testimony of the defendant at this point.
Okay, so you haven't decided yet. All right. I just want to make it clear that if Officer Potter testifies inconsistently with what she said to Dr. Miller, I think it's fair game for the state to call Dr. Miller to testify. Okay? That is not going to open the door to the defense asking the ultimate question. I just want to make that crystal clear, okay?
So I know, Your Honor, if they ask questions on that report, did you say this? Did you say that? And now the jury knows that she was interviewed by Dr. Miller, and they're going to wonder what the diagnosis was. We never mentioned that she was interviewed by Dr. Miller. That opens the door, doesn't it?
No, because, Mr. Gray, that would just be pure impeachment of her factual testimony.
Okay, what happens if she says, no, I didn't say that? It was on a Zoom meeting, and it wasn't recorded, and she says, I didn't say that. And then they recall Miller. Does that open the door?
No, because it would just be pure impeachment of her factual testimony.
Well, now we have a situation where he interviewed her, he wrote a report, and they're going into that, and we can't show the result of his interview and his report, even though they're going into it. That's not fair to the defendant, Your Honor. Totally not fair.
Well, Mr. Gray, that's my ruling.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure I didn't make any mistakes up there.
Okay.
I don't want to do that.
All right. Okay. Let's get the jury.
Your Honor,
okay?
before we do that, if it is the defense's intention to call the defendant at this point, I think we have to make a proper record before that happens.
We already did.
I think I already asked Officer Potter whether or not she still wanted to testify.
I would just confirm that as of today, I would just make an additional record, Your Honor.
Well, is your decision the same?
Yes, Your
Honor. Okay. Thank you. Oh.
Just that.
Okay, just that. Okay. Please be seated. The state may call its next witness,
Yes, Your
or
Honor.
excuse me, the defense.
Yes, Your Honor. Defense calls Kim Potter to the stand.
Okay, Miss Potter. Please raise your right hand. Do you swear under penalty of perjury that you will truthfully answer questions?
I do.
This case.
I do, Your Honor.
Please have a seat, and please remove your mask. And Ms. Potter, I gave the rules for testifying, and you've been in the courtroom. Do you need for me to repeat them?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. State your full name and spell it.
Kimberly, Kimberlyann, Potter, Potter.
All right, counsel.
Thank you. Ms. Potter, will you speak into the mic? Because both of your lawyers have a hard time hearing.
Yes, there's just Kleenex here.
Okay. You stated your full name. How old are you, ma'am?
49.
And are you married?
Yes.
And is your husband in the courtroom?
Yes, he is.
And what's his name?
Jeff Potter.
And how long have you been married?
Over 25 years.
And when did you first meet your husband?
When I was 15.
And you were in high school?
Yes.
And did you reunite much later?
Yes, when I was in college.
And what does your husband do?
He works for a healthcare system now.
Is he a retired police officer also?
Yes, he is.
And where was he a police officer?
Fridley, Minnesota.
Was he also a member of a drug task force?
Yes, he was.
And with respect to your children, do you have children?
Yes.
And what are they, 2 boys?
I have 2 boys,
And what are their names?
Nicholas and Samuel.
And are they in the courtroom?
No, they're not.
And where is Nicholas?
He's an active duty Marine.
And where's that at?
He's currently stationed in Florida.
And your other son, where's he at?
He's in college in North Dakota.
And are they going to be home for the holidays?
Yes, they will.
Is your mother in the courtroom?
Yes.
And your sister?
No, she's not.
But is your brother in the courtroom?
Yes, he is.
And besides your brother and your mother, your father is deceased?
Yes.
And do you have any other siblings?
I have another sister and a brother.
And what are they? Do you know what their ages are?
My sister, my oldest sister's in her 50s, and my other brother's in his 50s also.
And what do they do for a living?
My sister works for a medical device company. My oldest brother works for a parking company, and my other brother works for retail.
Going back to when you were a youngster, where did you go to elementary school?
Immaculate Conception Catholic School,
And where was that located or is located?
Columbia Heights, Minnesota.
And did you live in that neighborhood?
Yes, I did.
While you were at elementary school, while you were going to that school, did you have a police officer visit your school?
Yes.
And do you actually know his name today?
Yes, it's Officer Michael McGee,
And where was he a police officer
the
at?
Columbia Heights Police Department.
And why was he at your school?
He was doing bicycle safety for grade school kids.
And you remembered his name. Anything else that was significant about him that caused you to do something in your life?
He was, on that occasion, he really influenced me as a youngster that the police are good people, and I wanted to be something like that someday.
And because of that, and because of him being at your school, did you start out doing that?
Yes.
And what was your first job or volunteer work as some type of a law enforcement officer, student, explorer, school cop?
Well, the first thing I did was when junior high, was a school patrol officer, if that counts.
Yes, that does count. And what did a school patrol officer do back then?
It was junior high, so we helped the younger grade school age children get across the street.
And did you continue to do that throughout junior high?
Yes, 6th, 7th, and 8th grade.
And after getting into high school, what did you do?
The Fridley Police Department came to my high school and had a booth set up for the Fridley Police Explorers.
And did you join the Explorers?
Yes, I did.
Why did you join the Explorers? First of all, what is an Explorer?
It's part of the Boy Scouts of America. It's a area where you can have career enhancement, or you can learn about different jobs like law enforcement or firefighting, things of that nature.
And were you an explorer throughout your high school days?
Yes, I was.
I can't remember if I asked you what high school you went to.
Totino Grace High School in Fridley.
With respect to criminal justice or law enforcement, while you were in high school, besides being an explorer, did you do anything else?
I had jobs.
Okay, what was your job?
My first job was at a gas station.
What did you do there?
Clerk, cashier.
And did you continue that job throughout high school?
Yes, and into college.
Okay, so your next visit was college.
Yes.
Where did you go to college?
St. Mary's College in Winona, Minnesota.
And that's about, what, 70 miles from here, 80?
Yeah, it's down towards La Crosse.
Okay, it's in Winona.
Yes.
And what was your major at St. Mary's?
Criminal justice and sociology with an emphasis on elderly studies or geriatric sociology.
Why did you take those courses?
I wanted to go into law enforcement, and I had an interest in serving the older community and understanding their needs and wants.
Did you graduate from St. Mary's?
Yes, I did.
And was that a 3-year program, 4
It was a
years?
4-year program. I finished it in 3.5 because I had an internship in the summer.
And where did you internship?
The Columbia Heights Police Department.
Columbia Heights Police Department?
Yes.
Okay. And what did you do at the Columbia Heights Police Department?
I was assigned to an officer who was in their community-oriented policing program.
Did you also continue your explorer career while in college?
I stopped being an explorer after my freshman year, and then I role-played at the annual conference.
What does that mean?
Every year the Explorer program had an annual conference at Breezy Point Resort, and they needed role players, and they liked to use students or people that were in law enforcement.
So you graduated from St. Mary's,
Yes.
and what did you do after that?
After that, I would have gone to Skills in the summer of 1994.
Okay, and what do you mean by that?
I went to Skills.
What does that mean?
I went to the police certification program so I
And
could get hired.
And where was that at?
Alexandria Technical College?
In Alexandria, Minnesota?
Correct.
So everybody knows, about 120 miles, 30
Yes.
from here. And did you stay there while you were being educated?
Yes.
What kind of a program was that? How long was it?
It was 10 or 12 weeks.
And what do you mean, is that where you obtain your skills to apply as a police officer?
Yes, it was a hands-on training. I had the college education, the book knowledge, and then I went there for my skills program or my hands-on part from my getting my license.
After this program, did you go out and try and get a job in law enforcement?
Yes, I did.
And were you successful at first?
Yes.
Well, did you have a job at Anoka?
Yeah, I worked at the Anoka Metro Regional Treatment Center because I graduated in January, or I'm sorry, in December. I couldn't go to Skills until the next summer, so I had to I got a job.
All right, but you worked Skills, you were in Alexandria, correct?
Yes.
And the job you got was at Anoka State Hospital?
Yes.
That was between your Skills. Say that again.
So
Slowly.
I got hired there in February, and I worked for a year on a calendar year. But the Anoka City Police Department would allow their students to, or their employees, I'm sorry, to go to Skills and still have a job on weekends or when they would get back before they got hired as a law enforcement officer.
So at Anoka State Hospital, what did you do?
I was a security officer.
And Anoka State Hospital is basically a detox center now, is that right?
No, it had a detox. It had a countywide detox and a detox program. It also had drug and alcohol abuse rehabilitation and mental illness.
And what did you do there? You were in security?
Yes.
Does that mean you had to deal with the folks that are staying there, the residents?
Yes.
And were you successful in that?
Yes.
After working there, where did you go next?
I left there and got hired at the City of Brooklyn Center.
In what year were you hired at the Brooklyn Center Police Department?
1995.
And when were you sworn in?
February the 27th.
Of 1995?
Correct.
Who was that you're swearing?
My mother and my father.
So after you're sworn in, you started working as a Brooklyn Center police officer?
Yes.
And what year was that again?
1995.
So that would be, my math, 26 years before you resigned? Is
Yes.
that a fair statement?
Yes.
When you worked as a police officer at Brooklyn Center throughout those 26 years, did you remain a patrol officer all during that time?
I did.
And why was that? Why didn't you attempt to go up the ladder like the other officers we've heard from?
I liked my work. I enjoyed working with the community. I didn't want to be in an administrative role.
But did you also, even though you were a patrol officer, you did take part in other programs, for example, the FTO program, right?
Yes, I did.
And that's the field training?
Yes, I was a field training officer for many years.
How many years?
I don't have an exact number, 10 to 15.
And we've learned in this case what a field training officer does, but very briefly, what did you do?
I would get probationers in different stages of their training, either in their first phase, their second phase, their third phase, or their final phase. Usually, the primary phase or the first phase and the final phase were always with the same FTO. And then other FTOs would train the other two stages.
And why did you continue to do that for so many years?
I felt that I had knowledge and mentorship that I could help young officers develop into somebody I would want to work with and my partners would want to work with.
There are other programs that you volunteered for or joined while
Yes.
you were a police officer, is that correct?
Yes.
And after you became a police officer, what was the first program that you joined or volunteered?
I became an Explorer advisor for our Explorer post.
And what's an Explorer post? Is that the younger people that are...
Yes, the program through the Boy Scouts of America.
And in that program, you teach them about policing, is that right?
Yes.
And after that Explorers program that you joined, what else did you do as a police officer?
I was on the domestic abuse response team. I was also a crisis negotiator.
Let's stop at the domestic abuse program. How long were you on that? Approximately.
10, 12 years, maybe more, maybe less.
And what did that program entail?
We would respond, so officers would go out on domestic abuse situations or domestic calls, and if there was a victim of a crime or an arrest made, or not an arrest made, we would follow up the next day with the victims to see that they were getting the things they needed, like domestic advocates, walking them through getting order for protections if they had questions, and then helping them and checking in with them through the court process.
And did you enjoy doing that?
Yes.
Why?
Sometimes there were great successes, and sometimes there were very sad failures.
There's another program that you're involved in, was a hostage program?
I was a crisis negotiator for the parent umbrella of the EOU team, the Emergency Operations Unit.
And what did you do in that?
I was a crisis negotiator.
What does that mean?
We would go out on barricaded subjects, or we would go out with the, I guess a SWAT team would be the easiest way to describe it, on warrants. We would respond to calls where there may be people in danger.
And was your job to try and negotiate with the subject and get him to submit to being arrested?
Yes, he or she.
Was that your main job?
No, I was always a patrol officer.
No, I mean, as far as a hostage negotiator, that's what you did.
Yes, I was a crisis negotiator.
And what other programs were you in?
I was on the Law Enforcement Memorial Association Honor Guard.
And what is that?
So the parent is the Minnesota Law Enforcement Memorial Association. They do a lot of work to help survivors and their families make their way through the process of getting benefits after their officer is killed in the line of duty. I was on the Honor Guard.
What did you do being on the Honor Guard?
When I started in 1998, I was on the colors team for approximately a year or two, and then I went to the casket team.
Well, what's the color team?
The color team carries flags.
And the casket team?
We would carry the casket or the urn of the fallen officer and then fold their flag.
And would you be in contact also with the victim or the deceased family?
Sometimes with the family, a lot of times with the chief of police, because I would have to give the folded flag to the police chief.
And this was throughout the state of Minnesota?
Yes.
And these were police officers killed in the line of duty?
Yes.
Or other law enforcement officers?
Most 99% of it would be killed in the line of duty, or we would do some retiree funerals.
Any other programs you're involved in?
I did a lot of crime prevention work for our police department and other presentations.
Crime prevention presentations?
Yes.
What were those?
I was assigned an apartment complex in the city, and I would meet with management, and we would do some programming for their residents as far as personal safety, locking your car doors, taking valuables out of your cars, just regular safety in an apartment complex. And then I would do some other presentations on robbery prevention for banks in the city.
By the way, when you were doing the carrying caskets for that in that program, were you aware of officers that were killed in the line of duty by making a traffic stop?
Yes, Sean Patrick from Mendota Heights.
Objection, Your Honor. Move to strike. Manico.
The objection is overruled. I'll let the answer stand.
During your 26 years as a police officer, did you ever receive any complaints for abusing your power?
No.
Did you ever receive any complaints from the public?
No.
In training, did you attend all the training sessions required by the Brooklyn Center Police Department while you were there?
Yes.
And with respect to gun training, laser training, you attended all those too, right?
Yes, I did.
And did you pay attention?
Yes, I did.
With respect to that, in your approximation, and I'm not asking for exact numbers, but with respect to the training, what would you say the amount of training was for the firearm, for the gun, and the amount of training for the laser? What would be the percentages there?
For the firearms, it would be probably 80%. We spent a lot more time on firearms than we did on taser.
And tasers didn't come into the being until years after you're a law enforcement officer, right?
Yes, I believe trainers in this courtroom had said 2002 or 2003.
And you started as a law enforcement officer, what year?
1995.
With respect to tasers, I say lasers, with respect to tasers, there's been evidence in the case that you had a Taser 7, is that correct?
Yes.
And the evidence in that was that the Taser 7 was shaped like a gun, fair statement?
Yes.
And the Taser 7 had a dark black, or at least a dark handle, and a dark top. Do you remember that?
Objection. Leaving.
I'm trying.
The objection is overruled. You may answer.
Yes.
The Taser that you received, was it approximately a month before April 11th that you received this Taser? Do you remember?
In the courtroom, I was told I received it on March the 26th.
Okay. And also, while we're there, With respect to these tasers and testing them, the rule that we read said should test the electronics every day. Is that right?
Yes.
And there is testimony that you didn't test yours a couple days. Is that right?
Yes, that's what I was told.
And do you agree with that you didn't test it?
I don't recall if I would have or wouldn't have.
And was that an important feature for law enforcement officers with new tasers
No.
that never used them since they had them?
Correct.
And while we're there, did you ever use a taser, use it by actually shooting it in all of your years' career as a law enforcement officer?
I would take my taser out on rare occasions, but I don't believe I ever deployed it.
Okay, when you take your taser out, it's to de-escalate what is going on. Is that a fair statement?
Sometimes, or to prepare for what might be behind a door. Sometimes an officer has a gun and sometimes an officer has a taser out.
All right. And now the taser that was switched from you, did that go to one of your partners, that taser?
My old taser?
Yes.
I believe they were just put in storage at the police department.
And those tasers were all yellow, right? The
Yeah.
handle, the top, the whole thing was yellow.
Yes, except for the battery pack, I believe that was black, and there was some
Okay.
markings on the side.
I'm going to show you these tasers. Show you this taser.
Objection, may we have a sidebar, please?
Yes.
We are hearing from former police officer Kim Potter, who was allowed to resign after she killed Daunte Wright. She is on the stand right now. You see attorneys are having a sidebar. Erin Eldridge on the way left was just shaking her head. She's holding in her hand like the Wi-Fi receiver. They have their headsets on. And there's the judge. So we have the audio up still. This is Kim Potter testifying on her own defense. She's charged with first and second degree manslaughter. She's facing a maximum 25 years in prison.
All right, the objection is sustained.
Okay, well, do you specifically remember your old taser? By that I mean the one before the 7 being all yellow.
Yes.
And was that an X26 taser?
I believe it was an X26P.
P? So, with respect to the tasers, there's been evidence about signing some forms on warnings. Do you remember signing those forms?
In our annual training, we would be handed a form to sign, and I would sign it.
And do you remember the warnings on them at all?
Not from those days, no.
And with respect to weapons confusion, was there ever any training, actual training about weapons confusion as you remember it?
No.
Did you even know what weapons confusion was before?
Yeah.
Wait till I finish the question. Before April 11th?
It would be mentioned in training, but it wasn't something we physically trained on.
And by that you mean what?
There was no training on weapons confusion. You wouldn't be set in a dark room and told to grab which weapon.
So I'm going to go now to April 11th, 2021, a Sunday. And you surely remember that day. Is that correct?
Yes.
And you were in FTO that day for Officer Lucky?
Yes, I was.
And that day, what time did you go on duty?
6 a.m.
And was Lucky on duty at that time too?
Yes.
And about, what did you do during the morning? If you remember, did you just do drive around police work?
We just did police work. We would have checked a squad car if we wouldn't have had calls right away.
It was a Sunday.
It was a Sunday.
So approximately around 2 o'clock, did you pull up in back of, or not you, Officer Lucky was driving the car, right, the squad?
Yes.
And you were the FTO. Where were you seated in the car?
In the passenger seat.
And tell the jury what you remember about first seeing the white Buick on that day, approximately 2 p.m. And talk slowly.
Officer Lucky and I were driving south on Zane Avenue North. We were talking about pursuit policies, doing some regular FTO training, and he observed a vehicle in the turn lane with a blinker on inappropriately.
And was that the white Buick?
Yes.
And did you have a conversation with him about that?
Yes.
And what was that conversation?
We discussed a little bit of suspicious activity. He noticed a pine tree or air freshener hanging from the rearview mirror, and the tabs were expired.
And did you stop that vehicle?
Officer Lucky wanted to stop the vehicle, yes.
And let me ask you sort of a hypothetical. If you had been working alone that day on Sunday afternoon at 2 o'clock, would you have stopped the vehicle for...
Objection, relevance, calls for speculation.
I can't even finish the question, Your Honor.
All right.
That's not fair.
The
It's simply, they know how to try a lawsuit, I would
Okay.
think.
The objection is overruled. You may answer.
My question was, if you weren't with a field training officer that day and you were on patrol alone, would you have stopped that vehicle?
Most likely not.
And why not?
An air freshener to me is it's just an equipment violation. And during the COVID times, the high COVID times, the Department of Motor Vehicles was so offline that people weren't getting tabs, and we were advised not to try to enforce a lot of those things because the tabs were just not in circulation.
Okay. But you did stop the vehicle, right?
Yes, part of field training is that my probationer would make numerous contacts with the public throughout the day.
And what happened after the stop? Or if you remember, go ahead.
Before Officer Lucky stopped the car, he ran the vehicle, confirmed that the registration was expired, and that the registered owner had a petty misdemeanor type warrant for some type of drug offense.
And that was the registered owner of the vehicle?
Yes.
So you did that while you were still in the squad car and not...
Yes, it's part of the multitasking that a probationer will have to do, is run a vehicle license plate, call into dispatch, and initiate their lights.
Okay, and try and talk a little slower. I know you're probably nervous, but I'd like to get all this in. All right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so you stopped the vehicle, is that right?
Officer Lucky initiates the traffic stop.
And what happened after he did that?
The vehicle stopped kind of in an entrance to the church on 63rd, and he got on the PA and told the vehicle to pull ahead just a short distance.
Was that because he was parked in the driveway of the...
Yeah, and I think there was a vehicle trying to come out, as I recall.
Okay. What happened next?
Officer Lucky and I exited our marked squad car. Officer Lucky walked up to the driver's door, and I stood at the right rear corner of the white Buick.
So you did get out of the car.
Most definitely.
And why did you stand where you were standing?
Part of it was so I could see where Officer Lucky was, and to provide cover to see what else was in the vehicle.
In your experience of 26 years and being a patrol officer all those years, is stopping any vehicle at any time that you don't know, does that be considered a dangerous situation?
Yes.
Why?
Sometimes there's guns in the car, sometimes there's uncooperative people. You don't know who you're stopping.
Yeah, because you don't know, right?
Right.
So, while you were standing there in the rear of the vehicle, did you hear what Officer Lucky said?
I could hear parts of the conversation. He didn't seem to be in any distress when he was asking questions. He took out his notepad, and it looked like he was writing down something which would end up being a name and a date of birth.
Okay, and after he did that, did you two go back to the squad car?
Yes.
And at some point in time during the stop or right after it, did Officer Lucky do anything in connection with obtaining another squad car?
Yes, he called for a second car to come.
What is that about? What?
It would just be a backup officer. The registered owner had a warrant of some nature. It wasn't a bad warrant. It was just a regular petty warrant, which would still, you'd want a second officer. Or I guess in this case, a third officer. Officer Lucky and I are considered only one officer.
And why are you and Lucky just one officer?
Because he's in field training and he's a probationary employee.
All right. So, did the third officer, Officer Johnson, arrive at some point in time?
Yes, Sergeant Johnson arrived.
And was that before you looked up in the computer about this driver of the vehicle, or after?
I don't know exactly when he arrived. I know Officer Lucky and I were Officer Lucky and I were discussing running the name he was given through some various systems.
Okay, and did you do that, you and Officer Lucky?
Yes.
Was there any correction that you told him about during this time that he shouldn't have put the name in one?
He had gone to the Minnesota, because the driver didn't provide him with any government-issued ID, he would have had to verify some information to run him properly in our system through TriTech. So you run them sometimes through Minnesota DVS with just a name and a date of birth. It'll give you a Soundex hit on various people with that either same name or common name with a date of birth.
So did you correct him on that?
We were talking about, I don't know if I corrected him on it, but...
So what happened after that?
He would copy the OLN, which is a driver's license number, off the screen and then put it into our TriTech system, or CAD, and that would run him through the state for driver's license and warrants and other hits.
And did you find anything about the driver?
The driver came back with a suspended driver's license, gross misdemeanor, bench warrant for weapons, and a protection order.
So a gross misdemeanor for weapons ordinance, what went through your mind, if anything, when you read that?
It would be concerning that there'd be a weapon on the person or in the vehicle.
And why would that be?
In my experience over 26 years, I have found guns in cars, either by accident or by them just sitting out in plain view.
And what about a person with a weapons warrant?
They're more likely to be carrying a weapon or have a weapon access to them.
So what about the was it a temporary restraining order that came up? Was that it? Or?
Yeah, I think they're called ex parte orders. It would be a temporary protection order until the parties would either have a court hearing in front of a judge to make it a permanent order.
And there would be a name of a female on that?
Yes, there was.
And was there a female in the Buick or in the automobile that was stopped.
Yeah, in the front, yes, in the front passenger seat.
So after you learned that, did you also learn something? Did Officer Lucky tell you something about drugs or marijuana?
When he initially got back to the car, he told me there was a obvious smell of marijuana and some seedlings or shake residue on the center console and inside the vehicle.
Okay. So with all of that information, what did you do next?
We told Officer Lucky explained to Sergeant Johnson what was going on. I corrected.
Where was Sergeant Johnson? Was he in your squad car?
He was standing at my passenger door.
Go ahead.
And Officer Lucky was explaining to Sergeant Johnson what was happening and what he wanted to do. Officer Lucky only told Sergeant Johnson that he had a warrant, and I told Officer Lucky that he needed to tell Sergeant Johnson what the warrant was for. A weapons violation warrant would be cause for care and concern.
All right. And after that conversation, what happened, if anything, next?
We got out of the vehicle. Sergeant Johnson was going to the passenger side. And
Excuse me, don't mean to interrupt you. Back up a little, I'm getting ahead of me. What was the plan when you got out of your vehicle with Lucky and Johnson was outside? What was your plan?
The plan was for Officer Lucky to get the driver into custody for the warrant, and we'd further investigate with the female who she was and if she was the petitioner or the subject of the restraining order.
Were you required by policy and law in learning about that warrant to arrest the driver of that car?
Yes, it was an order of the court.
And with respect to the restraining order, or whatever you called it, did proper police procedure that you knew of for 26 years required to find out who that lady was?
Yes.
And why would that be?
It's my duty to find out who she is to make sure she's not in harm's way. There's been times when that hasn't happened and somebody has ended up killed because that wasn't followed.
So now we're at the Buick. It's a Buick car, white car.
It's a white car.
And now we're at the white car, and you three went up to it, correct?
Yes, Sergeant Johnson went to the
where did
passenger
Johnson
side.
go?
He went up the passenger side to provide cover.
And what does provide cover mean?
Keep an eye on the occupants of the vehicle, and just to monitor what's happening outside in the world. See if people are walking up on you or things go wrong.
And where were you located?
I was towards the left rear corner of the car.
And where was Officer Lucky?
He was advancing to the driver's door.
And how, by the way, before this, how long had you known Officer Lucky?
I think we were on our 5th shift.
And he was pretty new arrival, was he? Or?
I believe he was in 2nd phase maybe, but he had been a police officer before.
Okay, what does 2nd phase mean?
He wasn't in his initial 4 weeks, he was in the start of his second 4 weeks.
And you testified you knew, at least back then, that he had come from another police department, correct?
Yes, I think he worked at 2 previous agencies and he was an explorer.
Okay. Now let's go back to when you three arrived at the white car. We've already said where you're located. Officer Lucky was at the driver's door, is that right?
Yes, he would have been standing behind the post between the driver's door and the rear passenger door.
What do you mean by that, standing behind the post?
He wouldn't have been directly in front of the door because that would be an unsafe approach.
And was this a warm day? Was the window down? Remember?
I don't know if the window was down or not.
Okay. But in any event, where were you standing again?
At the left rear corner.
And did you hear what Officer Lucky said?
Yes, I heard him ask the driver to step out of the vehicle a couple of times.
And did the driver step out of the vehicle finally?
Finally, he asked Officer Lucky a couple of times what was going on, and Officer Lucky said he would explain to him.
When he got out of the car?
Yes.
And so did the driver get out of the car?
Yes.
And what do you remember happening next?
Officer Lucky had him turn around, and I think he was still asking what was going on. Sergeant John.
Who's he?
The driver.
Go ahead.
And Sergeant Johnson and Lucky, told him he was under arrest, and I told him he had a warrant.
Okay, so who said he was under arrest first?
Sergeant Johnson, I believe.
And Sergeant Johnson testified here. You remember that?
Yes.
And after he said that, did Officer Lucky say he was under arrest too?
Yes.
And you heard that?
Yes.
And what did you say then?
I told him he had a I told him he had a warrant.
You just said warrant.
I think so.
Did you specify what kind of warrant, if you remember? If you don't.
I don't think I would have. It wouldn't have been in my normal.
Okay, so what happened after Johnson and Lucky said you're going to be handcuffed or you're under arrest, and you said that there was a warrant? What happened next?
Officer Lucky had him put his hands behind his back, and I noticed that in the driver's right hand was something. It was paper or something, and I took it out of his hand and had it in my left hand.
And you had that in your left hand?
Yes.
And then what happened next? Why strike that? When you did that, I take it you got closer to the driver?
Yes. I reached into the driver's hand and took out what he had in his right hand. And had it
Right hand or left hand?
His right hand, and I held it in my left hand.
Okay. And what happened next?
Officer Lucky started to say something about, don't do that, don't tense up, stop doing that. And then it just went chaotic.
What do you remember happening after that?
I remember a struggle with Officer Lucky and the driver at the door. The driver was trying to get back into the car.
Well, he was trying to get back in the car. What did you do?
I went around Officer Lucky as they're trying to get back in the door. I'm between the door and Officer Lucky and the driver. And the driver's getting into the car.
And what happened next?
They're still struggling, and I can see Sergeant Johnson and the driver struggling over the gear shifts, because I can see Johnson's hand, and then I can see his face.
And you knew Johnson for many years before this, is that right?
Yes.
And by looking at his face at that point in time, what did you interpret it to mean?
He had a look of fear on his face. It's nothing I'd seen before.
Did you say anything when you saw this? What did you do?
We were struggling. We were trying to keep him from driving away. It just went chaotic. And then I remember yelling, "Taser, taser, taser," and nothing happened. And then he told me I shot him.
Can you proceed, or do you?
Yes, it's fine.
Okay. After the driver said you shot him, do you remember what you said, or do you? If you don't remember, did you look at the video and see what you said, or do you actually remember what you said? I guess is my question. Not with help from a video.
I don't remember what I said.
And what do you remember next, if anything?
They had an ambulance for me, and I don't know why. And then I was at the station. I don't remember a lot of things afterwards.
Do you remember saying something about prison?
No.
If you did say that, do you have any idea now why you would say that?
No.
Was the climate back then about police officers a little rough?
Objection, Your Honor. Relevance.
The objection is sustained.
All right. You don't remember saying it,
No,
and you don't know why you said it.
no,
Did you remember the response that our Sergeant Johnson or Major Johnson gave you?
no.
And when next do you remember what happened, if anything, if you remember?
I remember getting an ambulance, and then I was at the station.
Okay. And you remember being in the ambulance, arriving at the station?
No,
You don't remember the
No.
station?
I remember getting to the station.
Once you got to the station, do you remember what happened next?
The next thing I remember is Officer Fricky was in the room with me
And where were you located? Do you remember that?
in the front office.
Okay. In the front office room, do you remember, were you sitting down, standing up?
I was on the floor.
And after that, at some point in time, did your husband show up?
Yes.
At what time do you believe, from back there, April 11th, at what time do you believe that your memory came back to you?
Probably when my husband got there. So much of it is missing.
After that night, and for the last few months, have you been in therapy?
Yes.
And did you still work as a police officer there?
No,
Did you quit?
I did.
And this was your career?
Yes.
And when did you quit?
A day or two after the incident.
And why did you quit?
There was so much bad things happening. I didn't want my coworkers, and then I didn't want anything bad to happen to the city.
And did you own a home in Anoka or Hennepin County at the time?
Yes.
You and your husband?
Excuse me.
The objection is relevant.
The objection is overruled.
Did you own a home, your family home, for years past?
Yes.
And did you sell it?
Eventually.
Before you sold it, did you move out of the state?
Yes.
And do you now live out of state?
Yes.
We have a moment, Your Honor. Thank you. I'm done, Your Honor.
Is Aldrich
Cross.
Your Honor. Good morning, Ms. Potter.
Good morning.
You've been a police officer, were a police officer for 26 years. Isn't that
Yes.
right? You said you started in 1995,
Yes.
and that was with the Brooklyn Center Police Department for that entire career, right?
Yes.
And you said that you resigned from the Brooklyn Center Police Department, right?
Yes.
And that was on April 12th of this year, right?
Yeah, within a day or two of the incident.
Right after you had shot and killed Daunte Wright.
Yes.
And throughout that time period, you were a licensed peace officer, right?
Yes.
And to become licensed, you had to go through a number of requirements. Fair?
Yes.
You had a college degree.
Excuse me, Your Honor, the prosecutor speaking to that mic too.
Sure.
Thank you.
You have a college degree, right?
Yes.
And you also had to complete the peace officer education program, that skills component that you talked about.
Yes.
And that included the skill sets and classroom training as well.
Yes.
You had to pass an exam to become an officer.
Yes.
And then you did all that before you started with the Brooklyn Center Police Department in '95, right?
Yes.
And then you got your license through the post board, correct?
Yes.
And that stands for Peace Officer Standards and Training.
Yes.
So you were licensed throughout that whole 26-year career, right?
Yes.
And you maintained all of the requirements to keep your license,
Yes.
including all the training that was required for it as well, right?
Yes.
And that training that's required for your license has all different kinds of components, true?
Yes.
You have things like use of force, use of firearms, tasers, all kinds of things.
Yes.
And you did all that training.
Yes.
And you did all that every year throughout that 26-year period, right?
Yes.
Sometimes multiple times a year, right?
Yes.
And all of those requirements were in place to make sure that you were at the beginning of your career and continued to be, competent and capable of performing the requirements of the job, right?
Yes.
You mentioned on direct that you were also a hostage negotiator as part of your duties, right?
Crisis negotiator.
Crisis negotiator. Did that involve some hostage type situations?
I've never had a hostage situation.
Okay, but crisis negotiation.
Yes.
And that involved some de-escalation tactics, I presume, correct?
Yes.
And you had to develop that skill set and be pretty good at de-escalating situations as a crisis negotiator, fair?
Yes.
So you had some experience in stressful situations doing that?
No.
So you were a crisis negotiator but never experienced a stressful situation?
We talk to people.
Talk to people in crisis.
Yes.
And part of your job as a police officer is dealing with people on their worst days, right?
Yes.
People who don't want to cooperate with you sometimes, right?
Most of the people we talk to in crisis are either barricaded behind a door or talking to you from another room.
Okay. For 26 years you were a patrol officer, right?
Yes.
So you saw people out on the street every day as part of your job duties. Fair?
Yes.
And you talked about doing a lot of traffic stops during that career, correct?
I did some traffic stops.
Okay. Well, in some of those cases, there are people who have weapons, right?
Yes.
Sometimes people want to flee, right?
Yes.
Sometimes people are violent.
Yes.
And all of that's part of being a police officer, dealing with people in those situations, right?
Yes.
You'd agree that you're bound by policy and the requirements of the job that Brooklyn Center, the police department, sets for you, right?
Yes.
And you heard Commander Fleslin testify, but you have to acknowledge those policies and essentially agree to abide by them every year you were an officer, fair?
Yes.
And you'd agree that your fundamental duty as a police officer is to safeguard life, right?
Yes.
And you also have the duty to never employ unnecessary force. True?
Yes.
Part of the policy also includes some of your responsibilities as an officer, right?
Yes.
And that includes being alert and attentive and capable of performing your job, right?
Yes.
And getting back to the training and sort of the post requirements, there's a lot of training that goes into being a police officer, fair?
Yes.
And we talked about a couple of those things, but one of those subjects is use of force, right?
Mm-hmm.
Is that a yes?
Yes.
And use of force can include things like restraints, handcuffs, defensive tactics, chemical irritants, using batons, tasers, less lethal weapons, and firearms as well, right? All those things are options available to you. True?
Not all of them.
Okay, well, you carry a whole number of things on your duty belt every day, right?
Yes.
And that includes a firearm and a taser, right?
Yes.
And you also had other items on that duty belt as well, correct?
Yes.
And as part of the training that you went through every year, they cover topics of all kinds of uses of force, right?
Yes.
Including the things on your duty belt and maybe other options that the department could use additionally, true?
Only the things I was assigned on my duty belt.
Okay. But in any case, that use of force training was a pretty key component of being an officer, right?
Yes.
You were trained about when you could use force, how much force to use, and what would be appropriate force. Fair?
Fair.
And not only were you trained on that, but you had a lot of policy that that dictated what you could and could not do in a particular situation, right?
Yes.
And you were also trained on the readiness aspects of use of force, right? Being ready to engage whatever force might be required, right?
Yes.
Including making decisions under stress, right?
What do you mean?
Well, you had a lot of scenario-based training, right?
Yes.
And in those situations, those scenarios were set up to be as close as they could be to real life, right?
I suppose.
So you would be trained to have to make decisions in the moment about what to do and what force to use, right?
Well, it was a training situation, so it was usually slow and meticulous and controlled.
Well, you did this year after year, right, for the entirety of your career, correct?
I think scenario-based training started later, probably the last 10 or 15 years.
Sure, but use of force training has been around for a long time, right?
Yes.
Because since you started as a police officer, you have, in some cases, had to use force, true?
Yes.
And there are limitations on how and when to use that force, right?
Yes.
So you've had training on that throughout your entire career, right?
Yes.
And as part of that process, the way that it's required for you to maintain your license is that you sign in and you sign off on attendance forms, and you basically, you have to be there, right? You can't not be there, right?
Right.
And every year you have a certain number of training hours that are required, right?
Yes.
And you said on direct that you participated and you were paying attention during all those trainings, true?
Yes.
And some of those trainings had classroom instruction, PowerPoints, things like that, right?
Yes.
Some of them also included reviewing policies and other documents, right?
Yes.
And then there was also the hands-on training with the practical components, things like using drawing weapons, things like that, right?
Yes.
And over the course of your career, you completed many, many, many hours of training, right?
Yes.
And in terms of credit hours, we're talking somewhere in the ballpark of 1,700 credit hours. Does that sound right?
I don't know the number of hours, but if that's what you have, that would be probably right.
No reason to dispute that your training hours would have been in the thousands of hours over that 26-year career, right?
Yes.
You indicated that there weren't tasers available when you first started at Brooklyn Center, true?
No, they came in the early 2000s.
Okay. But in 1996, you had a firearm, right?
In 1995, yes.
Sorry, 95, and then you were sworn in 96, right?
No, I was sworn in February 27, 1995.
Okay. So in 95, when you first started, you had a firearm available to you.
Yes.
And you were trained to use that firearm.
Yes.
Trained how to handle it, right?
Yes.
Trained how to load it and unload it.
Yes.
Trained how to draw it.
Yes.
right? And fire it, and how to safely handle it, yes?
Yes.
And that included when not to fire it, right?
I suppose.
And that training started at the beginning of your career, you said in 95, but continued every year up until the time you resigned, right?
Yes.
Now, you indicated that tasers came later, but you were first trained on using a taser in 2002, correct?
If that's what the documents say, I'm not sure when they came out.
And if the documents say you were trained in 2002, you then would have been trained every year thereafter, right?
Yes.
And you started carrying a taser on your duty belt regularly as of 2005, right?
Yes.
But at a minimum, in addition to all the other training you had, you would have had taser training year after year for at least the last 19 years, right?
Yes.
And the taser training that's required, you saw the documents that were in court, also requires not only it requires review of policy, right? The taser policy, right?
Yes.
And it also requires practicing those reaction side draws, correct?
Sometimes.
All right, if we could put up Exhibit 334, please, the last page. I'm going to put on the screen what's already been admitted as Exhibit 334. And we're going to scroll down to the very last page and highlight the subsection C, please. So, as part of the taser policy includes that all training should include performing reaction hand draws or cross draws to reduce the possibility of accidentally drawing and firing a firearm. That's part of the policy, right?
That's what it says.
And that's part of what you're trained to do, correct?
We didn't always we aren't always drawing our tasers from our holsters. A lot of times we were in plain clothes during training.
Okay. Well, your policy that you're required to abide by, that you signed off on, requires that you perform reaction hand draws, true?
During the training, yes.
It also includes the reason for that, right?
Yes.
And that's so that you reduce the possibility of accidentally drawing and firing a firearm, right?
Yes.
And we can take that down. Part of the reason for that is weapons confusion, right?
Yes.
And that was known in the field and has been known for a number of years. True?
I guess.
Well, you were trained on it, right?
We talked about it.
It was part of your PowerPoints, correct?
Yes.
You were made aware during PowerPoint after PowerPoint after PowerPoint that drawing and firing the wrong weapon can happen, right?
We were told it wasn't something that they expounded on.
You were told that.
Yes.
And you signed documentation every year you were certified acknowledging that you knew the risks, received and reviewed the materials required for you to carry that taser, correct?
Yes, I signed the documents.
Okay. Now, in terms of the carrying of these weapons, reaction side means what for you?
That'd be my left hand.
Okay. You're right-handed?
Yes.
So carrying a taser, you have done for years on your left side, correct?
Yes.
And your firearm you carry where?
On my right side.
How many years have you carried your firearm and your taser that way?
My firearm for 26 years and my taser, according to your documents, for 19.
So as long as you've had that taser, you've carried it on your left side, correct?
In the beginning, I carried it on my right side in a drop holster.
And when did you switch?
When we were given new holsters?
And when would that have been?
I don't know.
Okay. But far before 2016, you saw the images that were up in court. Long before that, you were carrying your taser on your left side, correct?
Yes.
Years and years, right?
Yes.
We talked a little bit about reality or scenario-based training. When you go through those trainings, you have available to you all the options that would be on your duty belt, right? Although inert for the purposes of training, right?
Yes.
And the purpose of that training is to try to recreate real life stressful situations as best as possible to practice making those types of decisions in the moment. Fair?
Fair.
Let's talk a little bit about your taser. You'd agree that the Taser 7 that you have and the Taser you had before that has a safety mechanism on the side of it, right?
Yes.
And you have to flip it up to arm the Taser.
Yes.
And when the Taser is on and armed, it beeps, right?
I don't know if it beeps.
There's a display screen that turns on.
Yes.
And then there are 2 lasers with the Taser 7 that appear on your target, right?
Yes.
A green one for the top probe, right?
I believe so. It was a new taser.
And a red one for the bottom.
I would guess so, yes.
Well, you were trained on it, right?
Yes, but it was a while back.
Well, you
It's
were
been long.
trained in March of this year on that Taser, correct?
Yes.
And you had to successfully operate and handle that Taser in order to be certified to use it, correct?
Yes.
And you went through that hands-on process of turning on that Taser and safely handling that Taser in order to be certified, correct?
Yes, in March.
In March. And before that, you had an X26P, correct?
Yes.
And that Taser also had a laser and a safety and things like that, right?
Yes.
The screen that turned on.
Yes.
And the Taser, and that was the Taser that you had been carrying for years before, right?
Yes.
Very similar to the Taser 7 in that way.
Similar but different.
All right, so I'm going to put on the screen next to each other, please, Exhibits 210 and Exhibit 212. Now, this is a picture, side-by-side pictures of you on April 11th, correct?
Yes.
And your Taser is pictured on the side of your duty belt, correct?
Yes.
And that's been carrying it for years and years.
Yes.
And your firearm you carried on the side of your duty belt, right? And you'd agree that the standard procedure for action side, left-hand draw for your in this case, would be to draw the weapon with your left, correct?
Yes.
All right, you can take that down. You were asked some questions on direct about spark testing, the function test of the Taser. The policy says that you should do that before the beginning of every shift, right?
Yes.
And you didn't do it the last 2 shifts that you worked, correct?
That's what the documents say.
Right. You didn't do one for the last 4 of your last 10 shifts that you worked, in fact, correct? If that's what the documents say.
Which dates?
You didn't do it on March 27th, correct?
I guess.
You didn't do it on March 28th.
Your Honor, I object to this cross-examination if she doesn't know. She should
All
have-
right.
she should have-
Okay, one-word objections, please. If she doesn't know, she can say she doesn't know.
The documents show that you didn't do a spark test 4 of your last 10 shifts. You have no reason to dispute that, right?
No.
And the day of this incident on April 11th, you didn't do a spark test that day, right?
No. According to the documents.
And even though, that day was a slow and uneventful day at the beginning of the day, right?
I don't know. I don't have a log.
Well, you told Dr. Miller that that day started as a slow and uneventful Sunday, right?
I don't know if I did or not.
Council sidebar.
So right now we are at a sidebar. Prosecuting attorney from Minnesota Attorney General's office, Aaron Eldridge, is questioning Kim Potter, who is on trial, facing 2 counts of manslaughter, 1 in the first degree and 1 in the second degree. Right now, Kim Potter is explaining use of force, and right now, the discussion was about how many times she has done a spark test. The training says you should do a spark test every day, every shift, and
Okay,
she
you
had.
may continue.
All right. So April 11th started as a slow and uneventful day, right?
I guess it's a Sunday.
Okay. I'm going to put on the screen exhibits 224 and exhibit 178 next to each other, please. All right, Ms. Potter, on the screen are exhibits 224 and 178. You'd agree that these are photos of your taser and your arm, respectively, yes?
My firearm for sure. I'm not sure if that's the taser that was taken that day, but I'm guessing it is.
And you carried a taser 7 that day, correct?
Yes.
And that's what's in this picture, exhibit 224.
Yes.
Now these items look different, don't they?
Yes.
The objection is overruled. I think you answered. Did you answer? You may answer if you didn't.
Yes.
And just to be more specific, the taser is yellow, right?
Yes.
The firearm is black, correct?
Yes.
Taser weighs about half as much as your loaded Glock, right?
I don't know.
Doesn't weigh the same, correct?
That's what they testified to earlier, but I don't know.
When it comes to the Taser 7 that you have just been recertified on or certified to use, your department used long-range cartridges for that Taser 7, correct?
I don't know.
You were trained to use it, correct?
I don't know now. I don't remember.
You don't remember being trained to use the Taser 7 at all?
No, I remember being trained, but I don't remember today what cartridges we were issued.
Okay. So you went out on the street with a Taser, not knowing what that Taser did?
I would assume that on the day I worked I would know, but I don't know. It's been months now.
Okay. No reason to dispute that the Brooklyn Center Police Department used long-range cartridges in the Taser 7, correct?
No.
And the reason to do that would be so that you could fire a farther distance with your Taser, and you wouldn't need to approach someone up close, correct?
I don't know. I would assume so, but I'm not positive.
Well, that's why someone would use a long-range cartridge as opposed to a short-range cartridge, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And you've been trained on Tasers since 2002, correct?
Yes.
You know how they work, right?
Mhm.
And you know
Yes.
what they do. Could we take those down, please, and put up Exhibit 214? Okay, Exhibit 214 that's been admitted is on the screen. Is this a picture of your duty belt?
Yes.
You'd agree that the holsters for your Taser and your firearm are different, correct?
Yes.
And your firearm holster is empty in this picture, right? There's no firearm in it.
Correct.
Is that this right here?
Yes.
The Taser holster is made of plastic, right?
Yes.
And you have to push a button, this button right here, and rock it back to get it out of the holster, correct?
Yes.
And your gun holster is made of leather, is that right?
Yes.
And it has a little snap, is that right?
Yeah. Yes.
And how does that gun come out of that holster?
It would rock forward.
How do you pull it with your hand out of your holster?
It would rock forward and you would pull it up.
Okay. And the taser, on the other hand, you would depress the button, rock it backward, and pull it up, correct?
Yes.
All right, if we could take that down, thank you. Now, you testified that you have never deployed your taser or your firearm while on duty out on the street, correct?
Not that I recall. I know for sure my firearm.
Okay. But you have drawn your taser multiple times while on duty, correct?
Several times.
And you said that you did that as a way to de-escalate. I believe that was your testimony on direct.
Yes.
And approximately how many times did you pull your taser but not deploy it while on duty?
For de-escalation, maybe a few times.
Now, there are a couple times that you pulled your taser and didn't deploy it. One was in 2013, correct? No reason to dispute that it happened once in 2013 at least?
I would guess no reason.
There was a situation where one of your colleagues, a former officer, was hanging on the back of an individual, and you pointed the taser at him but didn't tase him because you would have tased your fellow officer. Is that right?
If it's the one I'm thinking, yes.
And instead of
She was on his back.
deploying your taser, you called for extra help, correct?
Yes, and we probably continued to fight with him.
You never deployed your taser then.
No.
And there was another incident in 2016 where someone was not complying with commands to place them under arrest, right?
I don't know what event you're talking about.
Well, in this case, there was an individual who was struggling, a female individual. She didn't want to get in handcuffs, and then one of the officers took her down to the ground by force, correct? And you pointed your taser but didn't deploy it, right?
If that's what the documents say, I don't recall the incident.
Okay. But you recall that you have drawn your taser and not fired it in your 26-year career.
Yes.
All right, I'd like to talk a little bit more about April 11th. So, on April 11th, you were serving as an FTO, right?
Yes.
And you said that you have done that for 10 or 15 years.
For many years. I don't remember when I got certified, but it's been many, many years.
Okay. And you said that on direct, I believe your testimony was that you had knowledge to impart and that mentorship skills that made you suited for that job, right?
Yes.
So you were serving as Officer Lucky's FTO on April 11th. How long had you been his FTO?
I believe it would be 5 shifts. It would have started the Monday after Easter Sunday.
Okay. But you were essentially in a supervisory position, right? Serving as his FTO?
Yes, I guided him.
It's a big responsibility, true?
Yes.
You have to be a good example, sort of set the stage for what a good police officer should do in any particular situation, right?
Yes.
And to do the job of an FTO, you have to be really familiar with policy and training and proper uses of force, right?
Yes.
And you have to make sure that someone else is doing it all right, too, right?
Correct.
And you testified that that morning, the morning of April 11th, you reviewed pursuit policy with Officer Lucky, correct?
That afternoon.
Okay. But that pursuit policy includes not shooting at the driver or occupants of a vehicle, right?
A moving vehicle.
And you told Officer Lucky, we're not in the city, right? Did you tell Dr. Miller that you told Officer Lucky in reviewing pursuit policy, you used the phrase, we're not in the city?
Because we're on Zane Avenue, which is in Brooklyn Park.
And why did you say that?
To remind him of geographical boundaries.
And you were also reminding him of the limitations of the pursuit policy, correct?
What do you mean?
That you can't just get into a high-speed car chase or shoot up a car without specific reasons, right?
Yes, our pursuit policy limits what we can pursue for.
And a gross misdemeanor warrant doesn't qualify for a vehicle pursuit, right?
Not according to our policy.
And you had just reviewed that policy with Officer Lucky that day, correct?
Yes.
So getting to what happened with the stop, you said that there was a turn signal misplacement, perhaps. You saw the wrong turn signal. That was the first thing that you saw?
Officer Lucky saw it first.
Okay, so you didn't see the wrong turn signal. But after that, you saw the air freshener, right?
I saw the expired registration.
Well, you had said on direct that you would not have pulled that vehicle over, right?
Probably not.
And you said that you knew that there had been some delays because of COVID with people getting their tabs up to date, right?
Yes.
But you also mentioned the air freshener to counsel on direct, didn't you?
Yes.
But regardless, expired tabs, air freshener, this is the kind of traffic stop that is pretty routine for you in your 26 years as a cop, right?
No traffic stops routine, but it would have been something I would have done several times.
I'm sure you've seen lots and lots of cars with air fresheners and expired tabs. True?
Yes.
And then the decision was made to pull over the car. You mentioned that there was some information that maybe there was some other warrant that you learned about around that time. You didn't discuss any of that with Officer Lucky, did you?
He would have had the same warrant hit that I would have heard.
None of that was mentioned. None of it was even worth discussing with Officer Lucky at the time you pulled over the car. Fair?
I don't remember if we talked about it or not.
Okay. But in any case, you pull over the car, and Officer Lucky approaches the driver's side, approaches Mr. Wright, right?
Yes.
And he came back to the car with a name, date of birth, all kinds of information, right?
I know a name and a date of birth.
Well, Officer Lucky told you that he believed him. He thought that essentially that Mr. Wright was telling the truth, right?
Yes.
And then when Officer Lucky put in all this information into the system, you corrected him, you admonished him, you told him he was doing it wrong, right?
I told him better ways to do it, probably.
And that's your job as an FTO, right?
Yes.
To correct him if he messes something up, right?
Yes, when there was an opportunity.
So you corrected him, and then he re-entered the information, and then you found out about the warrant, right?
Yes.
Now there was also a conversation about Officer Lucky code 4ing himself, right?
Doing what?
Code 4ing himself.
Oh, code 4ing, yes.
And did you also correct Officer Lucky for doing that?
He did it before he ran the driver, and he shouldn't do that.
And you told him that, right?
Yes.
Don't code 4 yourself before you have all the information. Something to that effect, right?
Yes.
And again, that was your job as the FTO to correct whatever he was doing that was wrong, right?
Yes.
So you got this information and then made this decision to go arrest Mr. Wright, correct?
Yes.
And you didn't talk about going out there with guns drawn or anything like that. You didn't talk about using force on the approach or anything like that, right?
No.
And then Officer Lucky pulled or asked Mr. Wright to get out of the car, which he did, right?
Yes.
And you stood back and watched this happen, correct?
I was just a couple feet away.
Okay. But you didn't correct the way that had happened. You didn't tell Officer Lucky to move or to put Mr. Wright somewhere else, right?
I wouldn't do that to a rookie in front of a suspect.
Okay. But you didn't do it regardless. Didn't happen.
No.
as you approached and got closer, well, was there a moment that you got closer after things didn't quite go the way you had hoped they would go?
I got closer before that happened.
Okay. And you'd agree that you unsnapped your gun holster as you approached, right?
No, I wouldn't agree to that.
All right. If we could put on the screen Exhibit 12, just the still image at 2:01:20, please. And zoomed in on, yes, the squad car view. You see yourself in that picture,
Yes.
and you see your right hand on the right side of your duty belt.
Yes.
And is your right hand on your firearm here?
It's blurry, but it's possible.
Okay. We can take that down, thank you. All right, so as you approached, and Mr. Wright got out of the car, was there a moment where it appeared that Mr. Wright was going to flee or attempt to flee?
When he started struggling with Officer Lucky.
Okay. And ultimately, was Mr. Wright able to get back in the car?
Yes.
You never saw a weapon on Mr. Wright, did you?
No.
Never saw a gun.
No.
He never threw a punch, right?
No.
Never kicked anyone.
No.
Never said, I'm going to kill you.
No.
Never said, I'm going to shoot you.
No.
Never said, there's a gun in the car and I'm coming after you.
No.
Okay. It's not uncommon in your experience to find someone who has a warrant during a traffic stop, right?
It's not uncommon.
And you've done hundreds of traffic stops in your career, correct?
I don't know if hundreds, but yes, I've done plenty of traffic stops.
And gross misdemeanor offenses are not the same as felony offenses. Fair?
Correct. They're different order by the judge. For
Less
the crime.
serious crimes, correct?
All crimes are serious, but yes.
Well, in terms of the laws of the state of Minnesota that you're duty-bound to enforce, a gross misdemeanor is a lesser offense than a felony, correct?
Yes.
And you don't get to shoot someone because they have a gross misdemeanor warrant, correct?
Not for...
Correct, Your Honor. It depends on the circumstances.
Okay, the objection is sustained.
As
The
to
jury will disregard that question.
You also testified about learning about an order for protection, correct?
Yes.
You said it was a temporary one that you saw, correct?
I believe it was an ex parte order.
And essentially, the order that you're describing would limit contact between two people, correct?
Yes, in various ways.
It doesn't prohibit all contact with all members of the opposite sex, right?
Just certain parties that they're not supposed to have contact with.
Right. And you'd agree that half the world's population is female, right?
I suppose.
So just having a female passenger in your car is not in and of it and by itself a violation of an OFP, correct?
It has to be investigated.
Sure. And you did not see a need to rush up to the passenger side of the vehicle and pull this woman to safety, right?
Not at the moment.
Okay. Now, there was also some conversation, as you saw in the videos that were offered in court in this case, conversation about the Wright brothers. You made a comment about the Wright brothers joking about not the ones that fly, right?
Yes.
And then any concerns about whether there was some other Wright family in the area, Sergeant Johnson told you, not that family, not this situation, right?
I wasn't sure who they were.
Okay. But he didn't cause you any greater, he didn't tell you this is the family we should be concerned about. We got to be worried about this guy, right?
No, he didn't say anything like that.
Okay. And when you got over to that car and Mr. Wright got back into the car was still running, right? It was running that whole time?
I don't know if it was on or not.
Well, you told Dr. Miller that the car was running, didn't you?
I don't remember that.
You told Dr. Miller that Wright pulled away and got back into the driver's seat of the car, which was still running.
Okay, then I said that.
And the entire time this is happening, you're standing behind Officer Lucky, right?
At what point?
As Mr. Wright is getting back in the car.
I came around Officer Lucky's left side to help him.
And you indicated that Sergeant Johnson had approached on the passenger side, but he wouldn't have been in front of the door because that would have been unsafe, right?
Yes.
Okay. I am going to put on the screen Exhibit 13, starting at 2:01:48. Just that, if you could just leave it with that time frame, please. Okay, Ms. Potter, on the screen we have Exhibit 13 at 2:01:48. I'm going to slowly advance the frames and then pause it periodically. So let's advance just a bit. Okay, stopping right there. At 2:01:48, do you see yourself here taking a piece of paper in your left hand?
Yes.
All right, now advancing to 2:01:49, please. Okay, now stopping at 2:01:49, you see that you've transferred that piece of paper to your right hand.
It looks like it.
You can advance a little further, please. Okay, would you agree that the piece of paper at 2:01:49 is in your right hand?
I don't know where it is.
Is this the piece of paper right here?
It's a piece of paper.
All right, let's advance a couple more frames, please. Okay, stopping right there. Would you agree in this frame of 2:01:49 that the piece of paper is in your right hand?
Yes.
All right, and if we could play starting at 2:01:54, please. Okay. And then if we could advance a few frames, please. At this point, the paper is in your right hand, correct?
It appears that way.
And then at 2:01:55, we can stop right there. You've just transferred the paper back to your left hand, correct?
That's what the video shows.
Okay. And then if we could advance a few more frames, please. To 2:01:56. A couple more frames, please. Okay, you'd agree at 2:01:56 the piece of paper is still in your left hand, correct?
Yes.
Okay, let's advance. Actually, let's play until 2:02:01, please. Okay, so stopping at 2:02:01. You have the firearm in your right hand, correct? Yes. And you are pointing it directly at Mr. Wright, correct?
Excuse me, Eric, we have a break. My client is...
Okay. Miss Potter, do you need to take a break? Okay. It's lunch anyway, so... Okay, members of the jury, we're going to break for lunch. And we'll start up again at 1:30. Okay. Yes, Jimmy, step down. Okay.
Thank you all for joining. What you just witnessed was Kim Potter on the stand for a little over an hour right there, or around that time. It was a lot of sort of interesting moments there that you all, I'm sure, just witnessed as well. If you missed some of that, a lot of discussions were had. Basically, it sounded like some of her family's in the courtroom, her mom, her husband, and possibly her brother. If I had that right, there might be a different person besides the brother. You heard the defense, so Kim Potter is able to take the stand to defend herself. And so the defense then is going to, ask about who she is to try to get her personality out. And it seemed pretty stiff. She seemed, didn't really smile, didn't really smirk much. She did cry at moments. Couldn't really see too much tears. Definitely seems sort of out of it in a way where she doesn't remember certain things. Well, even certain things were brought up in the court already. If she's been sitting there the whole time, if she's been paying attention, she knew she had her hand on her holster before she killed Daunte. She knew she should have known that she had that piece of paper in her hand and moved it from right hand to the left hand, because we already saw that in the video. And so there's like maybe possible nervousness, anxiety, possible prescription medication. She moved out of state, we heard. Those are just different speculations from a whole different sides of different areas that I'm sort of seeing out here. But also wanted to bring up that we heard from the defense around 11:34 a.m. that there were times Paul Eng was pushing on the fact that Potter wanted to maybe help the person who was in the car of Daunte Wright because she could be a possible domestic violence abuse victim. You heard Aaron Eldridge saying, well, why didn't you just try to help her right then? But during that time, you heard Kim Potter said that there's been times where the woman has ended up dead later on. And so that was, they continue to try to sow these little references to Daunte Wright. They couldn't say his name. That was interesting. It was also interesting to hear that when police have done this so consistently, especially in the last 5 years, where they continue to say, I saw a look of fear in my partner officer's life, or I feared for my partner officer's life, so I then took it upon myself to kill somebody. We've seen that in so many cases. Specifically, Isaac Aiden just comes to mind real quick. He was killed in Egan in basically a standoff situation. Was sitting there for 4 hours by himself, surrounded by 90 police officers. The ones who killed him threw a flashbang at him first, and then they said they feared for their fellow officers' lives at that moment that they killed him. This one, you heard Kim Potter specifically say while she was looking in at Michael Johnson, one of her good friends who was a state's witness who the state tried to also impeach their testimony, basically because Michael Johnson was so into basically excusing Kim Potter's behavior by saying even if she meant to pull the taser, her pulling the gun is proper because deadly force was justified. Him as well as other officers, mostly all who have left the department and were very good friends with Kim and her husband, who's a former Fridley police officer and training officer, taser trainer. And so you see that sort of circle of police officers that have moved on that were very beneficial for the defense's testimonies, even though they were mostly state witnesses. So, but you did hear from Tim Gannon the other day, who was a defense witness. So there's just there's quite a few just different things that we've seen. We continue to see. Michael Johnson was in the car grabbing Daunte Wright's hand, trying to reach for the shifter. We heard discussions about that as to should he be doing that, shouldn't he be doing that. We heard Johnson say he was in the car and feared for his life, and immediately after Kim shot and killed Wright, said to Kim Potter, you remember Johnson is the one who exchanged guns with her. He said to Kim Potter, he was going to, he was endangering me. He was going to kill me. He was going to drive off the car with me in it. But then you saw the state sort of refute that and show evidence that he wasn't inside the car. He was standing outside of the car, even with his shoulders outside of the car. Kim Potter just said around 11:40 a.m. that Michael Johnson had a look of fear in his face, something she had never seen before. And that's when she took it upon herself to kill Daunte Wright, even though evidently she didn't mean to kill him. She meant to use a taser. So we even heard some of that discussion. We heard her talking about crisis negotiation. She was very sort of snippy back to Aaron Eldridge when Aaron Eldridge was asking her questions about some of that. What else did we see? We heard the spark test discussion. The spark test discussion has been consistently talked about during the trainings. You should, as an officer, provide or do a spark or a function test every shift. It's not a prerequisite that you have to, but you should. Aaron Eldridge got to the point where she asked her, you had only done 4 spark tests out of 10 shifts. And right around that point, that questioning got stopped. Kim also was mentioned, well, Aaron Eldridge also brought up to Kim during the cross-examination specific moments where Kim didn't use her taser when there was flashpoints of an incident. One incident specifically, Kim mentioned, oh, that was because an officer was on the suspect, quote unquote's back. So I didn't want to shoot a taser at her or at him or that person because the fellow officer would get hit too. Now, this is a big part when we're talking about, manslaughter and the reckless use of a firearm or even putting other people in danger. Basically, Aaron Eldridge is saying, and the state is saying, well, you haven't done these, you haven't pulled the taser before and used it. You've pulled it, but you haven't used it on some other specific incidences. We also heard that the gross misdemeanor doesn't even warrant, a gross misdemeanor warrant doesn't warrant somebody going after a car or like specifically trying to stop somebody from maneuvering. Obviously if somebody's trying to flee an officer, that's another crime in itself. And so that's where the PCPD we're saying that it doesn't matter if a gross misdemeanor warrant doesn't sort of need a chase for it, because by the time he was starting to flee, Daunte was starting to flee, then that's another crime. That's what other officers have said. And we also saw her being Miss Kim Potter sort of throwing Officer Lucky under the bus, saying that she wouldn't have even stopped Daunte and Elena, who was in the car with Daunte. She wouldn't have even stopped them. But then she was also just strictly, straightforward with, I was training Lucky, and here are some of the things we were talking about. And this is what Aaron Eldridge sort of got to as well. It was interesting about 12:23 a.m. where they showed Kim Potter and her holster was undone, and she had sort of acted like she didn't know that had happened when it had already been discovered in the court proceedings earlier. So just interesting day here. What we're seeing from Kim Potter with her testimony. What we're going to do is we're going to switch over to show a little bit of what we were talking about a little earlier. Well, we had the scientist, or excuse me, we had the Dr. Lawrence Miller come on, and he was a profound police writer, psychology, and writing for Police One and Lexapol. And the questioning from Aaron Eldridge also got into some of the maybe the more contentious sides of the training for police officers. That be it, like Bill Lewinsky. She brought up Bill Lewinsky, who created Force Science, and that is a group that's basically, I think, based in Minnesota. And he's sort of been banned from speaking in different states and different universities and even different countries for his trainings. What we're going to do is we're going to show a 20-minute or so clip from Professor Raj, who's speaking about how fear-based training is actually also embroiled in racism, and how that has come about through historical lens and also through till now. Now, this specific presentation is from, I'm going to pull it up again for you all, just to quickly reiterate this, what we're going to see. And then we're going to see this video, and then we're going to bring it down for the lunchtime, and then we'll be back around 1:30 or so. So again, Kim Potter has testified. She is still on the stand. When we come back from lunch, Aaron Eldridge is still doing a cross-examination of Kim Potter. We're going to talk about, or we're going to show real quick, this specific a video from this specific event that happened in Minneapolis. And here is some of the training companies with unknown connections that they're showing. And then that's Relius Academy, Mission Critical, and Archway Defense. And then here are some of the training companies with known connections. So they have Police One written on there, and they have Lexapol, they have Force Science Institute, Calibre Press, and some other ones. And so the reasoning why we're bringing this up is because it pertains specifically to what we saw earlier today from the defense witness, Dr. Miller, when he was talking about training. And this is sort of the fear-based side of the training when it comes to these police, and when they're making traffic stops, how they're interacting with the community. They're learning and they're getting trained from a specific lens and a specific point of view. And a lot of times it's been a fear-based point of view. You add that in there with racism or with other misjudgments on people, and you're getting a whole mixed bag of things. So if you want to know more from this post, go to our website, check it out at unicornride.ninja. And it's a public forum focused on flawed police education. We're going to roll the clip with Dr. Raj. After that, we'll give you a quick outro, and then we'll be back in the lunchtime. Thank you all for tuning in. This is Nico from Unicorn Ride. If you want to know more of our information, go to unicornride.ninja and check us out across social platforms, and we'll be back.
Now you know why I asked him to go. So I want to invite you to go back about 400 years, 1619, and I want to invite you to be in England, and you are sitting in front of a theater, and you are witnessing Shakespeare's play, The Tempest, right? Tempest. It was produced and revealed to the public in 1619. And the basis of that play that Shakespeare wrote was based on the notes and other kinds of information that he has collected from those who have come and crashed into parts of South America and parts of the islands that they then call India. And those notes were then translated into a play that became Tempest. Right? Tempest, how many of you have read Tempest? No, okay. Some of us remember Tempest and some of us don't. But in that play, in this particular play, Shakespeare weaves a story about settlers coming into a new space, to this new world. And in this new world, they are going to face all of these challenges, and these challenges were depicted in the form of Caliban, a character in that play. And this particular individual who came was this white, knowledgeable, well-versed with language, well-versed with wherewithals to survive. He also brought along his daughter, right? His daughter, who in this particular play Caliban was after. And Caliban was depicted as this uncouth, uncool person who hasn't cut his hair, he is dark skinned, and this particular individual was portrayed as these evil that one has to fear. So in this particular play, that particular individual who came with his daughter had a way to entrap and control Caliban and do the necessary work that he doesn't want to do, but at the same time has to be cautious of his daughter. So this particular play, if read and reread and understood, it will give us an understanding of the DNA of the fear that you and I are talking about today, right? The DNA of that fear, that fear that is implanted in us, right? At a micro level, it is very much alive in the way institutions are built and constructed, right? So if we take a look at law enforcement per se, right, much of the credit goes to England. Anthony Peel and all those great names that you will hear. But where did they come from in terms of their structure and their understanding of law enforcement? And the founder of law enforcement, modern day law enforcement, was in the 1800s, was one of the governors of Ireland, right? Because Ireland was considered to be the uncivilized place. And because what was happening in Europe at the end of the religious war, populations demanded more food, and they needed to find land mass, land space to grow and to raise cattle. They found Ireland, they occupied Ireland, and he was appointed as one of those governors who is going to go and control the population. So what were the techniques that were used to control the population? Fear on the part of the Europeans that they are going to take over, they will come after your daughters, because all they are crazed about is sex. All they know about is how to be wild, untamed, uncouth. So this particular scenario was basically what so Anthony Peel comes into, learns how to control the masses there, and then uses those tactics and techniques to develop what we call modern day law enforcement. Right? Along with that comes another individual who was then sent to, from here, when America occupied the Philippines, was sent to control the Filipino population. Because the Filipino population, right, was not happy with this occupation, this colonial presence. And as a result, he used various techniques and methodologies to control that population in the Philippines, right? To make sure their voices are controlled and their actions are controlled. and everything serves the masters. Again, that technique then was flooded into Berkeley, California, and law enforcement was born in that form. And we didn't stop there, right? We took law enforcement techniques that we know of today from the Texas Rangers. They were developed primarily to control the indigenous native population because it was known as Tejas, right? Before it was handed over under force. But that particular group of people who controlled the population was then turned into what the slave masters wanted them to do. The slave patrols were formed out of that Texas Rangers history. So if you take a look at all of these particular variables, right, as scientists would say, right, to use to explain where fear comes from, and Grossman is not the father of fear. Right? Fear-based techniques have always been used by colonial masters. So colonization per se was founded on or is based on the foundation of fear. If I can make you just like her, and I can then control how you will react to her. Right? We did this with our soldiers. Right? When I was working at Gustavus in 2003, any Gusties here? So I can talk badly about Gustavus? No. Okay. But in Gustavus, I was walking from my office with the student for the lunch to the place where they served the lunch, and there was a group of students there talking, and they saw me coming. As soon as I passed their table, they say, "Here goes the sand nigger." And I just stopped, because here I'm the dean of the diversity initiative on that campus. And I'm thinking, like, what the hell was that? And I started to really ask myself, where is this term coming from? Right? And I found from soldiers who have served in the 90s, right, the Kuwait invasion, fighting against Saddam Hussein. That particular term was used by our soldiers to create the army. Right? So the idea of fear has always been there. It is used to marshal communities like they are drones, to go in and dissect and undo communities and cultures and language for the purpose of establishing their own rights to be present. Right? So this idea of fear-based training, right, is nothing new. We just did not question, we were not awoke after 9/11. Right? 9/11 happened and we all cried and we all stood up and we all surrendered ourselves to our flag and we wrapped around our flag. And during that time, many of these fear-based information and messages was done so beautifully, right? It was done so beautifully that even children just began to just sort of absorb this as if they are sponges. And they began to absorb this, and you and I as a society absorbed this, because they were in small towns in Minnesota, right, at that time, were buying, right, this what do you call those tapes, right? What do you call those things? No, tapes. Actual like tapes to put up on their windows so that if there is an explosion, it will not. Duct tapes, right? Duct tapes. And Walmarts and small mom and pop stores were running out of duct tapes in small town Minnesota. Right? Think about the fear and how it has consumed us as a society. And this was nurtured by Bill Clinton. Right? Bill Clinton started this idea of selling weapons, military weapons, to law enforcement. And how do you justify that? you create fear. Right? You create the message that I am tough on crime. And therefore, I'm going to go to Arkansas and witness the murder, right, of a young man who we all know has been clinically diagnosed as mentally retarded. He went to show how macho he is, right? Apart from dropping his pants in the White House, right? He did this on a regular basis to establish that he is tough on crime. So I want to implore upon us like the responsibilities that you and I have about how we have bought into fear organically, right? It is in our DNA because that is how the settlers, the occupiers came here, knowing that they are going to fight this uncool, uneducated, uncivilized Native community members, in which we dismiss their voices. Right, some account there were 15 million Native community members in this particular area, but we were told, oh, they were sparsely occupied, nobody was here, right? Even great authors will say, nobody was there, right? This land was just free for us to just come in and take over. So the idea of fear, right, is based on that racialized ideology. Right? White supremacist ideology that has been perpetuated in this past 400 years is still very much alive. So when we train law enforcement officers, right, when people make associations to fear-based training, right, we continue to harness that racism in all our training, right? Because we create the other, and the other always looks like a person of color. Right? The other always looks like a person of color, uncivilized. Right? Not conditioned enough to live in our society amongst us. And it's okay to imprison them. Right? So we saw the number of people from 1970 to 2010 in occupying our prison population. We went from 300,000 people in our prison system in 1970 to 2.1 million people. And none of us, a majority of America just said, well, you did the crime, you got to pay. Because we were informed by fear. We were informed by racialized ideology. Right? We cannot just simply dismiss our role and our part and our psyche in this work, right? How are we addressing our own biases should be one of the first things that we ask ourselves. How am I addressing my own biases, and how does that inform how I operate and walk in my society? Right? Because no matter how much training law enforcement is going to get, the messaging about fear, be ready to shoot, pull that gun, because you are in danger, you have to go home. Right? When Yanez pulled that gun and shot that young man, right? And there was this idea that, oh, I'm thinking about, in his interview, he said, I'm thinking about my family, I was thinking about my daughter, I gotta go home. What about that young child? Oh, she does not matter because she's the other. Right? I'm able to dismiss that and think that my family matters more than yours. Right? 4-year-old does not matter. That young woman next to that young man does not matter. Because I got to go home. Right? That messaging, right? We tell our soldiers, you got to come back home. You got to come back home. Protect yourself. And that same messaging has crept into our law enforcement. And our law enforcement's practices informed by how we control the masses during occupation and pure slavery. So I want to invite us to think about this idea of, and please, this data, this scientific presentation, this methodological information is essential for us to break it down, to go on Fox Channel and tear Sean Hannity down. This is what you need, right? But at a human level, at a basic human level, we got to understand how our society has been informed by racism and biases. We want to call it implicit bias, we want to call it explicit bias, whatever you want to call it. I'm game for it, right? But let us address our racialized past, our racialized history. And if we don't address that, then we will continue to buy into the next field, right? Whether it's about Arabs, right? There's an interesting study that was done by one of the Arab authors who is an expert in this particular field. He examined 11,000 movies, right, since the 1930s on to the 1990s. In his examination, he realized how we have taught Americans to fear Arabs. We don't just fear Arabs one day after 9/11. That has been built into our psyche, right? It is so organic. It is so much a part of our fiber that it is so hard for us to, well, you know, I'm not afraid of Arabs. But it is there, right? Unless and until we acknowledge that fear and how it has been built into our fibers, our cellular level, at a microcellular level, we're not going to be able to dismiss this process, right? Fear is always going to be there. They're going to teach you. We all teach our children how to fear people, right? I love this saying in Nigeria, there's a cliche, right? They say, don't worry if your children are listening to you. Worry that your children are watching. We all operate based on that fear, and our children are picking that up. They're picking that up. It's not about what you say, it is how you act, who you talk to, who you don't talk to. Then they say, oh, that's a stranger, this is not a stranger. We teach our children how to fear communities of color because we live in one of the most segregated communities, the Twin Cities. Right? Milwaukee, maybe the top. Ferguson is number 7. We are at the top 10. Right? When we live in this type of segregated places, we teach fear. When Obama was elected, they ran out of ammunition and guns in Hopkins. In Hopkins and in Minnetonka. There was a local report that said, yeah, they can't keep up with guns and ammunitions in Hopkins. What the hell is going on? Right? Why would you, like, what is wrong with these people? Right? And yet, look at the fear. Right? Fear-informed, fear-based actions and behavior. We, as a society, are all walking around with all kinds of fear. Right? Unless and until we are conscious of that fear, this particular process will continue to. We will have more of these intellectuals, so-called intellectuals, and continue this process of teaching law enforcement to fear the other. I just want to leave you with this particular thought. In this is an African proverb where we say that the tree never forgets and the axe never remembers. Right? Law enforcement never remembers those things. They keep on moving. Communities that are affected, that are traumatized, cannot move on. Love you guys. Thank you.
Thank you all for tuning in. That was Dr. Raj Setharaju. You can check out more of that specific video and that specific event on our website, unicornriot.ninja, at the article, Police Public Forum focuses on flawed police education. So we're going to show you actually 2 quick things, and then we're going to go out. Actually, just one quick thing. We're going to show you what Daunte Wright's sister was thinking directly after the time that he was killed. We were on the scene in April 11th, very close to where Daunte was killed at, and his sister briefly spoke with us. We're going to close you out on this lunchtime with that, and then we'll be back up about 1:25-ish for the after lunch afternoon session, where Kim Potter is expected to continue to testify. So we are going into most likely the last day of testimony. If Kim Potter is the last one to testify, we have a good 3 hours of her to be able to testify. So we'll see if it ends up getting done, and we'll see what the judge makes of everything going forward. Again, this is Unicorn Riot. My name is Nico. If you want to know more information about people that have been killed by police, we also have more stories coming out. We have a podcast series that we're working on right now, and that is going to be with a collaboration of incredible artists and other journalists. I'll be teaming up Unicorn Riot, Georgia Fort, Tariq Thornton, DJ Skiz, Different Worlds Music Group, MC Longshot, and Malcolm Wells. And we have about a 10-episode series that'll come out in the near future, and that'll preclude our Mother's Day documentary, or excuse me, the Mother's documentary that'll be coming out very soon as well. So be on the lookout for that. We're definitely trying to make things happen on the media world. Check out our website, unicornriot.ninja. We're trying to bring more context to these situations. And when we're talking about police killings, there's a lot of residual effects and impacts that we've been focusing on for many years, and talking to the families and talking to the community around the families has been a very big part of some of the things that we cover. And so just bringing you back to over to Diamond, we'll hear from her, we'll go out for lunch, and then we'll be back in about 15 minutes. I thank you all for tuning in. This is Nico from Unicorn Riot. Check out our website, unicornriot.ninja, for more.
They killed my brother for nothing. He had no weapons on him. I'm confused. Why do we keep living like this? Why do they keep killing us? I keep asking. Why I gotta live through? I gotta be scared too. Everybody gotta be scared. Cause look what they doing to us. This is too sad. I can't believe what the world has turned into. This is crazy. It's tiring. We're getting tired, but we gotta keep fighting so we get what we deserve.
Can you talk about your brother?
What do y'all wanna know?
What kind of person was he? What's your favorite memories?
He is so goofy. Like he just makes everybody happy. Like if you see anybody sad, he'll come to you and make you so happy. And that's just, they took my brother away from me. And y'all don't understand, like I'm so hurt. They really just took him. I still can't believe it. I still keep thinking I'm finna go home and see him. No, they took my brother from me. And it really hurts, it really does.
When's the last time you saw him?
The last time I saw him was a week ago. The last time I saw him, it was a week ago.
Did you think it would be the last time?
No, I never would think that. I always make sure, that's so crazy though, I just can't believe this. I really can't, but thank you.
See you all in about 15 minutes. Check out the streams, Twitter, Facebook, YouTube, unicornriot.ninja. Take care, you all.